Good morning. Good morning, all of you. Joseph, sir, are you here? Can you hear me? Joseph, sir? Joseph, sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, you're audible, but your voice is breaking.
My voice is breaking. That is because of, I think, poor net connectivity, sir. Can we do it, Mihir?
No, it is okay now.
Is it okay, sir? Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, but there is some disturbance.
Some disturbance is there.
Okay.
Yes, I think, but then it is because of net speed, I think, internet issues.
Okay, let us hope for the best.
I can hear you very clearly. I am not having any.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So we have participants, offline participants in the auditorium also. So please not be disappointed with the number of participants you are getting to see on screen, sir. Because we are organizing this conference on blended mode, and because of we have offline participants in the auditorium. So
fine.
Watching you on big screen, right, sir? So without any further delay, let us start. Good morning and a warm and hearty welcome to all of you. As convener of this two-day national conference on new NAAC guidelines for AQAR, IIQA, SSR and Quality Enhancement in Higher Education, organized by IQAC, Vidyasagar College for Women, in collaboration with NAAC Office Bangalore, I, as convener of this conference, welcome all delegates, guests, dignitaries, participants, and paper presenters. Today is the second day of this national conference, and we begin the third plenary session of the conference. We have Dr. A. Joseph Dorairaj and Dr. Shrikanta Shankar Shaha in this third plenary session of our national conference. I have the immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Joseph Dorairaj, who is a professor of English at the School of English and Foreign Languages at Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be University, Gandhigram, Tamil Nadu. During 2013 to 14, Professor Dorairaj was the Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Rural University. He was a Fulbrighter in 2014, and he has visited educational institutions in Washington, D.C., New York, Miami, Leuven, Belgium in 2015. He conducted a month-long teacher training program in Kandy, Sri Lanka in 2007. He has also visited Gregorian University, Rome, University, the Netherlands, and Saint-Xavier in Paris. Professor Dorairaj has published 52 articles and authored 5 books: Myth and Literature, Interventions, Essays in Philosophy and Literary Theory, Philosophical Hermeneutics, FAQs on Literature and Language, and Essays on Higher Education in India. He has edited 2 books, Critical Essays on Indian English Poets and Essays on Gandhi. Professor Dorairaj has successfully guided 16 PhD candidates and has adjudicated more than 100 PhD theses. Dr. Dorairaj was a visiting professor of philosophy at Satya Nilayam, affiliated to Madras University from 2009 to 12, and a visiting professor of English at Osmania University in 2016. He is the founder editor of Gandhigram Literary Review. He is an assessor for NAAC since 2010 and was involved in the preparation of NAAC's revised methodology. Professor Dorairaj has assessed 34 colleges and universities all over the country and 15 as the chairperson of NAAC peer teams. A very warm welcome to Joseph Sir as our eminent resource person for the third plenary session of the second day of the National Conference organized by IQAC, Vidyasagar College for Women in collaboration with NAAC. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, dear friends. I'm happy to meet you virtually. In fact, 2 months back, I was at St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. I was there in person, and that program also was related to NAAC. But this time, I am happy to meet you virtually. So I thank the organizing committee for extending a warm invitation to me. At the outset, I would like to thank the principal, Dr. Rupali Chowdhury, the convener of this two-day program organized jointly with NAAC, Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee, the IQAC coordinator of Vidyasagar College for Women, Kolkata, Dr. Tapan Rai, and also my friend Dr. T. Ravichandran from IIT Kanpur. In fact, he was the one who suggested my name to Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee. And dear friends, not only from Vidyasagar College for Women, Calcutta, from other institutions as well. Good morning to all of you. I am delighted to meet you virtually, and I thank the organizing committee, in particular Dr. Pradipta, for this warm invitation. So dear friends, it is 10:45. I shall speak exactly for 1 hour. I shall speak till 11:45. And the topic I have chosen for my presentation is tips for a better NAAC grade. So how to get A, or how to get A plus, or how to get A plus plus. What should we do at the college level, at the department level, at the individual level? So I would like to share with you some tips for getting a better grade. So dear friends, I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation and I'll be sharing my screen with you. Is my screen visible? Yes, sir. Okay, are the slides moving? Are the slides moving?
No, sir.
Can you please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, dear friends, as I told you a short while ago, the topic for today's presentation is tips for a better grade. How to get A, or how to get A plus, or how to get A plus plus. And please take a look at this slide. This is the overview, or this is the scheme of my presentation this forenoon. So I have divided my presentation into 3 parts. So in the first part of the presentation, I have 3 slides on this. I would like to talk about the best institutions in the country. When I say the best institutions in terms of NAAC grade and also in terms of NARF. So these best colleges, these best universities, what do they have, what do they possess, and what is it that we can learn from these institutions? So they
Excuse me, sir. Sir, have you started your presentation? Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, we are sorry to interrupt you. Have you already started your presentation? Sir? Sir, am I audible to you? He has left the meeting. He will rejoin. So we should wait. Please wait. I'm requesting all online and offline participants to wait. Sir has been disconnected. I'm sure he's going to connect and come back.
you please clarify? Am I in?
Sir, now you are in. I can hear you.
Okay,
So
okay.
you start fresh because the moment you introduce yourself and you.
Okay. So from my side, I think there was some connectivity issue. I am sorry about it. So I will I have already reconnected. So I will start afresh, and I am sorry about it.
It's okay, sir. So just keep an eye on your mobile in case you get disconnected.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please start, sir.
I'm sorry, friends, for the technical glitch. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, the screens are the slides are moving.
Slides are moving. Screen visible. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Fine. Okay, so dear friends, I have divided my presentation into 3 parts. So in the first part of the presentation, I would like to answer the question, what do A plus and A plus plus institutions possess? Okay, to rephrase this question, what do the best institutions in the country, whether they are universities or colleges, have or possess, and what is it that we can learn from these institutions? So therefore, dear friends, in the first part of my presentation, I will be answering this question. What do A plus and A plus plus institutions have or possess? In the second part of the presentations, and that is going to be the bulk of my presentation, this footnote, I would like to answer this question, what is to be done for the second or the third or the fourth cycle? And this will be the bulk of my presentation. This will be the focal point of my presentation, this footnote. And towards the end, I have just 2 slides on this. I would like to give you an insider's view or insider's perspective of how the scores are calculated, because once you realize how the scores are being calculated, that will help you to prepare your SSR in a better manner. So dear friends, this is the scheme of my presentation. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part talks about what do the best colleges and the best universities in the country have or possess, and what is it that we can learn from these institutions. In the second part, I'll be answering this question, what is to be done for the second or the third or the fourth cycle, and how was scores calculated. So that will be the third part of the presentation. Fine. Now, dear friends, before I begin my presentation, I would like to clarify 2 issues. This is by way of introduction. Now, all of us are aware of these 2 facts. I just want to reinforce, I just want to consolidate what you already know. Now, all of us are aware of this fact. As far as NAAC is concerned, all higher educational institutions in this country are divided into 3 categories. We have universities, we have autonomous colleges, and we have affiliated and constituent colleges. So therefore, the first point that we have to bear in mind is higher educational institutions are divided into 3 categories. But the additional points that I want to emphasize is, irrespective of the kind of institution, whether it is a university or an autonomous college or an affiliated colleges, the point is all higher educational institutions in the country are assessed and evaluated by NAAC for a total of 1,000 marks and on the basis of 7 criteria. So all of us are aware of it. So we have 7 criteria and institutions are evaluated for a total of 1,000 marks. So this is the first point that I wanted to highlight. The second point that I wanted to highlight is this: the mechanism of assessment, the mechanism of accreditation. So on what basis, using what indicators, using what parameters are colleges and universities assessed? So all of us are aware of this fact. So I just want to reinforce this idea. So we have three important terms. And what are the three important terms? We talk about criteria, we talk about key indicators, and we talk about metrics, qualitative, quantitative. So all institutions, all higher educational institutions, whether it is a university or an autonomous college or an affiliated college or a constituent college, these institutions are evaluated on the basis of criteria. And as far as NAAC is concerned, there are 7 criteria, and this applies in equal measure to all the 3 categories of institutions. So the first point is criteria. There are 7 criteria. And these 7 criteria, they are broken up into elements or components known as key indicators. And regarding the number of key indicators, we realize that while universities and autonomous colleges have 34 key indicators each, it is a little less in the case of affiliated colleges and constituent colleges. So we have criteria, we have key indicators, and the third point that we have to bear in mind is we have metrics. And these metrics are divided into qualitative metrics on the one hand and quantitative metrics on the other. So what is a quantitative metric? And in contrast, what is a qualitative metric? For instance, here are 2 questions. So what is the first question? In your library, how many books are there? If you tell me that there are 67,000 books or there are 84,542 books, so this will be a metric, and this will be a quantitative metric because it deals with numbers, it deals with statistical data, it provides statistical information. I'll give you one more example. As far as your college is concerned, what percentage of teachers have or possess PhD degrees? So if you say 74% of our teachers have PhD degrees, so that again would be a quantitative metric. So a quantitative metric is one that deals with numbers, that deals with percentages, that deals with statistical data or information. What then is a qualitative metric? A quantitative metric deals with numbers, deals with percentages. What does a qualitative metric deal with? Okay, I'll give you an example. You go to the last criterion. In the last criterion, every institution, every college, every university has to talk about 2 of its best practices. Now, when you talk about 2 of your best practices, obviously you don't use numbers, you don't use percentages. Instead, you describe, you narrate. Okay, these are our best practices. So you tell a story, you narrate a story, you explain what you do. So this is a qualitative metric. Now, dear friends, I would like to give an example. Now, the 4th criteria. All of us are aware of the 4th criterion. So the 4th criterion, please take a look at this slide. It is titled Infrastructure and Learning Resources. So this is the criterion. Now, this criterion, it is broad, and it is broken up or it is divided into key indicators. Now, what do we talk about under this criterion? The title of the criterion is Infrastructure and Learning Resources. Because it talks about infrastructure, we talk about buildings, we talk about classrooms, we talk about labs, we talk about playgrounds, we talk about library. And because it talks about learning resources, we talk about the number of books in the library, the number of journals that your library subscribes to, the computers that you have, the internet bandwidth. So these will be the key indicators. So criterion is something large, and that needs to be broken up into key indicators. And let us take one key indicator and let us divide it further. So let us take library. So library is one of the key indicators because infrastructure is something larger. So under infrastructure, one component or one element will be library. So infrastructure is a criterion, library will be a key indicator. And when you divide this further, we talk about the number of books, the number of special collection, the daily users, the footfall, the library policy, the library committee. So all these will be metrics. Okay, so this is the connection between or this is the connection between criteria and key indicators and metrics. Fine. Now, dear friends, the last point that I want to emphasize before I begin my presentation is what are the 7 criteria, and as far as an affiliated college is concerned or as far as a constituent college is concerned, what are the 7 criteria and the weightage that is allotted for each criterion. So the first criterion, as we all know, talks about the syllabus. It talks about curriculum. So the first criterion is titled curricular aspects and the weightage is 100 marks. I am talking about affiliated colleges. I am talking about constituent colleges. So the first criterion talks about your syllabus, your curriculum, whether it is for BSc Mathematics or BSc Chemistry or BA English or MA English. Fine. So the second criterion, the most important criterion, I repeat, the most important criterion for an affiliated college or a constituent college, it has 2 components, it has 2 dimensions. On the one hand, it talks about teaching and learning, and on the other, it talks about assessment and evaluation. So the second criterion is the most important criterion for 2 reasons. The mandate given to a college is to teach, primarily to teach, and of course, wherever there are possibilities to undertake research also, but primarily to teach. So therefore, as far as an affiliated college or a constituent college is concerned, the focus is on teaching and learning. And when you talk about teaching and learning, we necessarily have to include assessment and evaluation. So the second criterion, the most important criterion for affiliated and constituent colleges, the weightage is 350. So in other words, 35% of your scores, 35% of your total scores, you get it from the second criterion, teaching and learning, and assessment and evaluation. Now, the third criterion talks about 2 dimensions. There are 2 components. There are 2 elements. It talks about research and innovations on the one hand, and it talks about extension on the other. Now, as I said earlier, a university is supposed to take up research on a large scale. So therefore, the weightage as far as research is concerned is high in the case of a university, whereas the weightage allotted to research in the case of affiliated and constituent colleges is only 110, because the primary mandate of a college is to teach and the secondary mandate is to take up research if there are possibilities and facilities. So the third criterion talks about research and innovations and extension. The fourth structure talks about the facilities available for teaching and learning and for research and extension. So the fourth criterion is titled infrastructure and learning resources, and the weightage is 100. The fifth criterion talks about student support and progression. How many of your undergraduate students go for higher studies, and how many of them take up job either through campus placement or on their own? So student support and progression, that is the fifth criterion. The sixth criterion talks about governance, leadership, and management. The weightage is 100. And the last criterion talks about institutional values. It talks about 5 values, 5 into 10, 50 marks. And it talks about 2 best practices, 2 into 15, 30 marks. And it also talks about your institutional uniqueness or distinctiveness, which carries 20 marks. So dear friends, all of us are aware of this formula. We have 7 criteria and we are evaluated for a total of 1000 marks. Fine. So dear friends, am I audible? Am I visible? Can you please respond?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, fine. Okay, now for the next 10 minutes or so, I'll be talking about what do the best colleges in the country, what do the best universities in the country have or possess, so that we can learn something from them, we can be inspired by them, and we can imitate or put into practice some of their practices, particularly some of their best practices. So the question is, what do A+ and A++ institutions possess? In fact, I have written an article on this in University News, I think it was published last year. So the title of the, not last year, I think 2 or 3 years ago, in the West, particularly in the United States of America, we talk about Ivy League institutions. We talk about Columbia, we talk about Yale, we talk about Harvard, some of the best institutions, particularly along the Eastern Coast. We talk about them in terms of Ivy League institutions. So if I can use this term for our own Indian institutions and talk about their specific characteristics. So this was the focus of the article that I wrote. So the Indian Ivy League institutions, what do they have, what do they possess, and what is it that we can learn from these institutions? So dear friends, I have 25 points. I will go through this list quickly. Now the first thing is, when you visit an A++ institution, whether it is a university or a college, the first thing that strikes you, the first thing that attracts you is their syllabus or curriculum. Okay, so in other words, in these high-ranking institutions, whether they are colleges or universities, the curriculum is robust. When I say robust, what do I mean by it? The curriculum, whether it is for the undergraduate program or for the postgraduate program, infuses their students with, number 1, critical thinking, number 2, scientific temper, and number 3, entrepreneurial skills. And very interestingly and very importantly, the curriculum is revised periodically, maybe once in 2 years, once in 3 years, once in 4 years. Now, recently, I was in Rajasthan. I was visiting a university for obvious reasons. I don't want to name the university. I don't want to name the institution. So to my shock, I repeat, to my shock, to my utter shock, I realized that the curriculum had not been revised for the last 17 years. So this is the sorry state of affairs in one of the states of India. Okay, so but in a high-ranking institution, the curriculum is revised periodically. Why is it revised periodically? So that the latest trends in that particular field could be incorporated. So therefore, the first dimension of a high-ranking institution is the curriculum or the syllabus is robust. The second point, not only is the curriculum robust, the pedagogy, the teaching methodology, the teaching strategies, they are also vibrant. In other words, it is blended learning, where students sign up for a lot of MOOCs, a lot of NPTELs, the online programs, e-content modules. So the pedagogy also is vibrant. The third dimension that I would like to highlight is whether we talk about staff or students, whether we talk about the faculty or the students, what we find is, we find that there is diversity and inclusivity. So I have been some of the best institutions in the US and also some institutions in Europe, particularly Belgium, Germany, and France. Now what we find is there is a lot of diversity, there is a lot of inclusivity. For instance, I was at KU Leuven, and what I found there was, of course, we do have Belgians, but then we also have Dutch, we also have Italians, we also have British, we also have Americans, we also have Swedes. So there is a lot of diversity and there is a lot of inclusivity. So not only with regard to the faculty, but also with regard to students. But whereas in Indian institutions, if I visit a college in West Bengal, or if you visit a college in Tamil Nadu, I am from Tamil Nadu, what will you find? You will find that if it is a college in West Bengal, you will find only Bengali students. If it is a college in Andhra Pradesh, you will find only Telugu students. If it is a college in Gujarat, you will find only Gujarati students. Maybe if it is a central university, maybe if it is an IIT or an IISA or an NIT, maybe you will have students from other states, okay? So which means, as far as diversity is concerned and as far as inclusivity is concerned, most institutions in the country, whether it is West Bengal or Tamil Nadu or other states, I think we are poor. There is no diversity at all. There is very little diversity, there is very little inclusivity. So the fourth point is, what about the quality of the teachers? Okay, all teachers are PhD holders and some are recipients of international prestigious international awards like Fulbright Award, Commonwealth Award, Erasmus Mundus Award, Humboldt Award. So they are PhD holders and they are recipients of famous, reputed international awards. Then the next 4 points, there is a vibrant research culture on campus. And when we talk about research culture, what exactly do we mean? We talk about research publications, we talk about research projects, we talk about patents, we talk about research consultancy, and we also talk about the presence of research scholars. So dear friends, I have 2 more slides. The next point that I would like to talk about is high-ranking institutions. They have vibrant linkages, they have vibrant collaborations, they have signed a lot of MOUs, particularly with research organizations. Then the students are endowed with different kinds of competencies, not just curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular. So in other words, they are blessed to receive holistic education, not just academic, but non-academic as well. And how do we know this? Students participate not only in academic programs, but also in sports and cultural programs. Then the internship and placement record is good. Student leadership is encouraged. Then a value-based education is offered. Then when you talk about the quality or the mettle or the caliber of these students, we realize that a large number of them pass NET, JRF, GATE, CAT, Inspire routinely. Then, as far as these high-ranking institutions are concerned, they don't stop with academics and research. They extend their commitment to the villages around them. So in other words, they have a strong social commitment. They constantly innovate and contextualize their vision and mission, thereby making themselves relevant. Then as far as the administration is concerned, what you find is in these high-ranking institutions, the powers and responsibilities are shared. There is decentralized and e-governance, there is equity, there is inclusivity. Then as far as the alumni presence and contribution is concerned, the alumni play a vital role as far as the administration of the college is concerned. Then the infrastructure is impressive. Of course, they get a lot of grants, particularly PERS grants for labs, RUSA grant, as a result of which they have excellent infrastructure, and they have a few DST FIS departments from the Department of Biotechnology. They have been rated as a star department. Then they have plenty of best practices. And finally, all high-ranking institutions, whether they have got A+ or A++ or one of the top ranks in NARF, they set benchmarks for other institutions. They are the benchmarks for us to emulate, for us to be inspired, for us to imitate. So dear friends, this is the first part of the presentation. So in the first part of the presentation, I have done 2 things. Number 1, I talked about the qualities, the aspects, the dimensions, the characteristics of these high-ranking institutions, whether they are colleges or universities. And why did I do this? So that we can learn something from these high-ranking institutions. Maybe not all the 25 points, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 points. I'm sure that would have inspired you. And maybe you can, with a little bit of modification, you can put into practice in your own institution. So dear friends, that was the first part of the presentation. Now I have half an hour more. So in this half an hour, in these 30 minutes, I'll be sharing with you some tips for a better grade, and I'll be talking about 50 tips for a better grade, and I'll be talking about each criterion, and under each criterion, what does NAAC expect? Now, I have gone on many NAAC visits, and I have gone as the chairperson of the NAAC peer team. So when we visit colleges, when we visit universities, what do we expect from colleges? What do we expect from individual departments? And what do we expect from individual teachers? Okay, so this is to help you so that when you prepare your SSR, or you have already submitted your SSR and you're waiting for the peer team visit, like how should you prepare yourself? So it is with these ideas in mind that I have prepared the second part of the presentation. So for the next 30 minutes or so, I'll be sharing with you some tips, totally 50 tips for a better grade. And I have classified them, I have categorized them criterion wise. So the first criterion, as I have already shared with you, it talks about syllabus, it talks about curriculum. So the title of the first criterion is curricular aspects and the weightage is 150. Now we can talk about curriculum for the next 20 or 25 or 30 minutes. There is so much to talk about curriculum. But as a NAAC assessor, I will tell you that the peer team is interested in 3 points, in 3 dimensions as far as the first criterion is concerned. Fine. Now, when we visit, let us say, the Department of English, or let us say the Department of Mathematics, or let us say the Department of Bangla, okay, like what are the questions that we are likely to raise as far as the first criterion is concerned? If I were to visit your institution, either as a member or as the chairperson of the team, I would certainly raise these 3 questions. So the first question that I would raise is, okay, you're going for the second cycle or the third cycle or the fourth cycle. Now, after the completion of the first cycle or the second or the third, how many new programs have you started? How many new departments are being started? And is there any new center? Is there any chair? So that will be the most important question as far as the first criterion is concerned. For instance, during the first cycle, you had 12 departments. Now, you can't say for the second cycle also, for the third cycle also, we have the same 12 departments. You should be able to show some progress. Maybe first cycle, we had 12 departments. Now we have added 1 department. Or during the first cycle or during the second cycle, we had 54 programs. Now we have added 4 more programs or 5 more programs. So the first question is, how many new programs have been introduced? Now the second point is, all over the country, when we talk about curriculum, we talk about OBE, we talk about outcome-based education. We talk about program outcomes, program-specific outcomes, and course outcomes. Now, many institutions have done this. I am sure Vidyasagar College for Women, Kolkata, I am sure you have done this. We have done this exercise. So we are supposed to articulate POs, PSOs, and also COs, and we have to make them known to all our stakeholders, particularly our students, and we are required to upload them in the website also. Fine. So preparing POs, PSOs, and COs are not very difficult, even though they are a little cumbersome, honestly, because I have done it for my department. So not very difficult though, but mapping is a little difficult. And many institutions, many teachers, many departments, they are not aware of how to do the mapping internally and externally. Okay, so the second question, the second important question as far as the first criterion is concerned is OBE. Now the third one, the third point is related to the first question. So the first question, how many new departments, how many new programs? Now, maybe you are in a position, you are not in a position to launch any new program. Maybe you don't have the wherewithal, the resources, academic, financial, to start a new program. Okay, I understand. But at least, the third point, at least you should be able to start a few certificate courses. You should be able to start a few diploma courses. Though even with meager financial resources, you can certainly run a certificate course. If you do it for 1 semester, it is a certificate. If you do it for 2 semesters, it becomes a diploma. Because NAAC insists and UGC also insists that all institutions should offer value-added diploma and certificate courses. And the last line, skill-based diploma and certificate courses. So dear friends, as far as the first criterion is concerned, you need to pay attention on these 3 issues: new programs, OBE, value added, and skill-based diploma and certificate courses. Fine. Now let us go to the second criterion. The second criterion, I have 10 points. I have 2 slides. So the second criterion, as I said earlier, it consists of 2 components or 2 dimensions. So the first dimension talks about teaching and learning. And the second component talks about assessment and evaluation. So the peer team, what is the peer team interested in, or what are the questions that are likely to be raised as far as the second criterion is concerned? If I were to visit your college, what questions would I raise with regard to the second criterion, namely teaching and learning and assessment and evaluation? So the first question is, of course, before COVID-19, the question was, is it still chalk and talk, or have you brought in technology to bear on your teaching? Okay, now thanks to COVID, the COVID has been disastrous, certainly. Am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now the question is your teaching multimodal? Multimodal in the sense experiential, field-based learning component. So the first question and the most important question is your teaching methodology, your teaching strategy, your teaching pedagogy. Is it traditional or traditional plus technology oriented? So is your teaching multimodal? And all of us are supposed to prepare e-content modules. So now I am an English teacher. So I teach Shakespeare, I teach phonetics, I teach linguistics. So I need to prepare some modules, e-content modules, okay, for 8 minutes or 10 minutes or 12 minutes and 15 minutes. And I am required to upload it primarily for the benefit of the students, and others also from other institutions, they can access these e-content modules. And the third one, some colleges have, some universities have, but many colleges, many universities don't have this practice. We need to institute awards, best teacher award, best researcher award, best teacher award for both teachers as well as researchers. Now, the next important question that NAAC is interested in is, okay, we admit different types of students, whether it is a college in West Bengal or a college in Gujarat or a college in Tamil Nadu or a college in Kerala. We admit different types of students. There are bright students, there are average students, there are slow learners. Now, as a teacher, as a department, as an institution, it is a responsibility to cater to the diverse needs of students. So, which means we should pay attention to the slow learners, and at the same time, we need to take care of the advanced learners. So, for the slow learners, remedial program, and something for the advanced learners. So the fifth point is, okay, how many of your students are signed up for MOOCs, signed up for NPTELs? Not only students, your young faculty members, how many of them have taken up online courses? Do all teachers have PhDs? How many PhD students do you have in your college, in individual departments? How many of your students have cleared NET? And does your institution, do the departments in your college, do they offer any training? Do they offer any coaching for NET preparation? Of course, the next point does it concern you directly. How many vacant posts in your college in various departments? Okay, of course, the state higher education department is responsible for this. Okay, then the second component also talks about assessment and evaluation. Now, what about the evaluation system? If you are an affiliated college, if you are a constituent college, the examination procedures, the examination norms are laid down by the affiliating university. Okay. Now, on your part, when it comes to internals, when it comes to CFA or CAA, continuous internal assessment or continuous formative assessment, have you introduced any examination reform, any innovation, ERP, enterprise resource planning? And finally, even though you are an affiliated college, even though it is the parent university, the affiliating university which conducts exam, at your end, in your institution, what is the mechanism that you have evolved to address exam-related grievances? So, dear friends, the second criterion, I have 10 points, and the reason is obvious because you have the maximum marks for the second criterion. So, therefore, you need to focus on teaching and learning, and at the same time on assessment and evaluation. Now we go to the third criterion. The third criterion talks about research and innovations on the one hand and extension on the other. I have 2 slides, 7 points totally, fine. Even if it is an affiliated college, even if it is a constituent college, I am sure if not all departments, I am sure at least few departments, at least some departments have taken up research. Okay, so NAAC will ask you, the PAT will ask you, do you have a research committee? And do you have some outside members, some external members on your research committee? Do you have a research policy? Have you uploaded this research policy? Are the various stakeholders aware of the institution's research policy? And what is the publication profile of your faculty members? What is the H index of the college? What is the H index of the individual members? And particularly for humanities and social sciences, do you publish your articles in K journals or in other journals? CARE, Consortium for Academic Research and Ethics. How many of your faculty members have landed sponsored research projects, whether it is minor or major, not only from UGC, but also from other agencies like DST, ICSSR, ICHR, ICPR. Okay, now these days, the usual complaint is funds from the UGC have dried up, funds from DST have dried up, funds from ICSSR have dried up. Yes, true to some extent. Okay, but that cannot be an excuse for lack of research in an institution. So it is the management's responsibility. So some management, some vibrant managements, what have they done? So they have introduced what is called seed money. Okay, maybe they deposit 5 or 10 lakhs, and out of the interest that accrues every year, some 4 young teachers or 6 young teachers, 3 from sciences and 3 from non-sciences are given, and this is called the seed money. And seed money is important. And in fact, there is a specific question on seed money in the NAAC manual. After the PAT visit is over, we have to fill up a form, and and this is the grade sheet. So in the grade sheet, there is a specific question that talks about seed money. So therefore, the institutions have to pay attention to the seed money. Okay, plagiarism check. Till 2 years ago, 3 years ago, no institution talked about plagiarism check, but now all of us have woken up to the fact that plagiarism check is mandatory, and we also need to talk of similarity index. So an honest research culture to be established on campus, and this is to be done through one of the means is plagiarism check. Then how many linkages, how many connections, how many MOUs have we signed, and what is the outcome? Very often what happens is we sign MOUs, but nothing comes out of it. There is no follow-up, there is no outcome. So NAAC insists, you sign MOUs, but also ensure that some good comes out of this. So outcome is important. Dear friends, the last point is important. I would like to spend a few minutes on this because the third criterion talks about research and innovations, and it also talks about extension. Now, what is this extension? Okay, fine. Okay, as far as extension is concerned, I would like to share with you 3 important ideas, and based on my visits to various colleges across the nation, across the country. Fine. Now, my general observation is, in many colleges, when we ask the principal, what about extension activities? Are your students interested in extension? Do your students undertake extension activities? All principal, all vice chancellors emphatically tell us, yes, we do extension. Yes, our students undertake extension activities. But then when we probe, when we dig, we realize a few shortcomings. We realize that there are a few defects. Fine. Now, when we ask them, do you involve all your students in extension activities or only 1 category of students. In most cases, please believe me, I am not exaggerating. In most cases, the answer is not all the students, but the NSS students and the NCC students, only they alone are involved in extension. Now, this is not a healthy practice. Why? I'll tell you shortly. Now, why do we have extension activities? Why do we encourage our students to undertake extension activities? Not because the village roads need to be repaired, not because the village classrooms need to be cleaned up or repaired. No, the beneficiaries are not the villagers. The beneficiaries are the students. Why? Because when they are exposed to social realities, they wake up to social realities. They wake up to grim social realities. In other words, extension is important because students should go out of colleges with a social awareness, with some social concern, with some social thinking. For that to happen, all institutions, all colleges, you should insist on all students undertaking extension activities and not just NSS and NCC. Now, the second point is, we ask the Vice Chancellor or the extension, is it done throughout the year or some particular slots are assigned? Now, the answer is, every year we have these NSS camps. So during those camps, during those 5 days, students undertake extension activities. Once again, dear friends, not a healthy program. The program is not unhealthy, the way it is done. In other words, extension activities should be carried out throughout the year, not just for 5 days or 10 days in a year. Because I made it very clear, the idea is to make students become responsible citizens with a social thinking, with some social awareness of the seamy side of life, the dark side of life, the grim realities of life. So therefore, extension activities should be conducted throughout the year. And the third point that I want to emphasize is, in your own institution, you may do different kinds of extension activities. But in the NAAC manual, there is a very specific question. Have you aligned your extension activities with government initiatives like UBA and Swachh Bharat Abhiyan? Okay, so dear friends, this is the third criterion. It talks about research and innovations, and it also talks about extension. So the fourth criterion talks about infrastructure and learning resources, and the weightage is 100. I have 7 questions. So the first 4 questions talk about library. Okay, now when we visit the library, what are the questions that we ask? We ask 3 important questions. Okay, the first cycle and the second cycle, the second to the third cycle, the third to the fourth cycle. Have you added a few thousand books to your collection? Have you increased the number of subscriptions to journals? What about the e-resources? What about the e-materials? Have you built up an e-library? These are some of the important questions that we raise when we visit libraries. Of course, other questions are there. Has the library been digitized? Have you introduced RFID? Of course, RFID is very expensive. For each book, we have to spend something like 15 to 20 rupees. Okay, then do you have any rare books, any manuscripts, any special collections? Anything on Tagore, anything on Netaji? Any special collection? And for the visually challenged, do you have braille books? Do you have talking books? And how many faculty and how many students visit the library every day, footfall? And what have we done to increase this number? So all these concern the library. Then question number 5, it talks about the number of computers. And dear friends, please remember this important information. This is an important piece of information. You say you have 200 computers, but the PA team will ask you, out of these 200 computers in your institution, how many are meant for office purposes and how many are meant for students' use? Because the instruction is, we need to take into account only those computers which are meant purely, exclusively for academic purposes, and also ensure that there is a minimum bandwidth of 100 Fps. Then the sixth point is important. Of course, many government institutions, they don't score high as far as this metric is concerned. Okay, the fourth criterion talks about infrastructure. Now, how do you maintain your infrastructure? How do you renovate your infrastructure? Do you have a dedicated budgetary provision? Now, in private colleges, they have set apart a few lakhs for maintenance, for the upkeep of buildings, for renovation. Whereas in government colleges, okay, such a budgetary provision in most government colleges, I don't want to generalize because I do not know what is the scenario in West Bengal. Okay, but in many government colleges, of course, they do renovate, they do spend some money on the upkeep, but they do not have a separate, they do not have a dedicated budgetary provision, but NAAC insists on it. And the last one talks about the website. So dear friends, this is about the fourth criterion. The fifth criterion, I have only one slide, there are 4 points. So it talks about student support and progression. So the first point is, now very often we organize a lot of programs for teachers, whether it is the Department of English or the Department of Physics or the Department of Life Sciences. But how many programs do we organize for students? Student competitions, student seminars. So ensure whatever may be your department, whether it is Bangla or Hindi or English or mathematics or physics, ensure that you organize at least one student seminar during the academic year. Better if it is done every semester. Then the second one, you talk of decentralization. You talk of sharing powers and responsibilities with others. Okay, so in which case, how many student representatives are in different committees? You have a games committee, you have a hostel committee, you have a library committee, you have a discipline committee. Okay, so how many student representatives are there? Okay, it's not required to include student representatives in statutory bodies. In the finance committee, there is no need for a student representative, but non-statutory bodies, if you are talking of decentralization, then you should include student representatives. The third point, regarding student progression, all institutions, my own institution included, we face a lot of difficulties because students who pass out of our institutions, okay, so they don't share details with us. If someone has got a job, or if someone has gone for a PG program, or if someone has gone for a research program, sometimes they share with us, but many a time they don't share the details with us. Okay, so this is a problem for many institutions. I've interacted with a lot of teachers, a lot of heads of departments and heads of institutions. This is a genuine problem, and one way of addressing this problem is through social media. Maybe we can create WhatsApp groups, we can create Facebook groups, and through these groups, we can try to gather some information. And the last one talks about alumni association. Now, as far as the alumni association is concerned, NAAC has 2 questions. Do you have a registered alumni association? It should be registered. And number 2, is there any financial, any tangible contribution from the alumni? So dear friends, this was the 5th criterion. Now the 6th criterion, I have 2 slides. I have 10 questions. I'll quickly go through this. Now the first one, do different statutory bodies meet regularly? The second one, an important one, graduate attributes. Okay, so your institution, maybe Vidyasagar College or St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, or other colleges, have you defined what will be your graduate attributes? Have you articulated your graduate attributes? A student passing out of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, a student passing out of Vidyasagar College for Women, Kolkata, will possess these following attributes. He or she will have critical thinking. He or she will have scientific temper. He or she will be an entrepreneur. he or she will have excellent communication skills. So we need to define graduate attributes, and we need to share these graduate attributes with different stakeholders, for which we need to upload them. Then the third point is academic and administrative audits are very important. Now, NAAC will visit your college once in 5 years. That is, if you have done exceedingly well in the second cycle or the third cycle, NAAC will visit you not after 5 years, but after 7 years. Okay, 5 years is a long period. 7 years is a still longer period. So what do you do in the meanwhile? NAAC cannot send a team every year. It is not possible. So therefore, NAAC advises institutions, okay, NAAC team will visit you once in 5 years, but every year you have your own NAAC team. So that is the internal team or the team with internal and external members to do an academic and administrative audit. In fact, I have written an article in the University News on how to carry out an academic audit. And the fourth one, IQAC to organize a lot of FTPs. I am sure this FTP on NAAC is being organized by your IQAC and your steering committee headed by Dr. Pradipta. Then the fifth one is important. Do you have a vision document? Have you prepared a perspective plan? What are your short-term goals? What are your long-term goals? You need to prepare your short-term goals and long-term goals, and also the strategies that you're planning to deploy in order to fulfill or in order to realize these short-term goals and long-term goals. Then self-appraisal for the faculty, welfare measures, resource mobilization, that is very important. If you're a government institution, you depend entirely, exclusively on government funds. But NAAC says, explore other avenues, explore other possibilities. Maybe the local MLA can give you some funds. Maybe the local MP can give you some funds. Or maybe there is an industry close to your institution. They can share some funds with you, particularly under the banner corporate social responsibility. And finally, if you're going for the second or the third, map your incremental goal. Where were you when the first cycle happened, when the first cycle took place? Now, where are you now, and what has been your growth? Okay, so the graph should go up. So dear friends, I come to the last criterion. So the last criterion talks about 3 dimensions. It talks about institutional values. It talks about 5 values. It talks about gender. It talks about environment. It talks about the physically challenged students. It talks about waste management, and it talks about inclusion, situatedness, and ethics. So it talks about 5 values, and each value carries a weightage of 10 marks. So 5 into 10, 50. And it talks about 2 best practices, 2 into 15, 30. So 50 plus 30, 80. And the remaining 20 marks, that is for institutional distinctiveness or uniqueness. Okay, so 50 plus 30 plus 20. So I have 2 slides, 8 points. I'll quickly go through it. So what have you done for women empowerment? Gender. Have you completed a gender audit? What are the strategies for women empowerment? Number 2, e-governance. E-circulars, e-tenders, e-newsletters, e-service registers, e-ERP, enterprise resource planning. Then the third important value, differently able students, Divyanjan, PWDs. Okay, I have 2 questions. Vidyasagar College for Women, Calcutta. I'm just using you as an example. Is your college, I repeat, is your college, is your institution architecturally, not only architecturally, but also attitudinally disabled friendly? Okay, so all institutions, are they architecturally in terms of infrastructure and attitudinally, their mindset, architecturally and attitudinally disabled friendly? Okay, then NAAC requires all institutions to go in for different kinds of audit. You should have a financial audit, you should have a green audit, you should have a gender audit, you should have an energy audit, and you can't get a certificate from anybody. whether it is for a green audit or energy audit. There are certified agencies. You have to approach them. So they visit your campus and they submit the report. And NAAC will also ask, okay, you did a green audit, you did an energy audit. These are the recommendations. How many of these recommendations have been put into practice? Then the fifth one, it talks about environment consciousness. Have you explored alternate energy? And what are the strategies for disposal of waste? Different kinds of waste, solid waste, liquid waste, e-waste. Okay, then the next value, what have we done to foster, to promote, to encourage nationalism, patriotism, social harmony, constitutional obligations, values? Is there a code of conduct? And the seventh one talks about two of your best practices. And what I would suggest is, and this is what the best institutions, the best colleges and best universities do, every institution has to talk about two of their best practices. Okay, so if you look at the website of high-ranking institutions, what you notice is one of the two practices is related to academics, and the other one, the second one, usually it is related to extension. Of course, it is your choice, okay, but a healthy way is one academic and one non-academic. And finally, you need to talk about how your institution is different from, distinct from the neighboring institution. So what is your distinctiveness? What is your uniqueness? So dear friends, these are the 7 criteria. I have 2 more slides. I'll quickly go through it. Now, how to prepare SSR? Okay, I'm sure you have your own methodology. You have your own strategy. Fine. Okay, now, when I visit different colleges and different universities, what I realize is the vice chancellor or the principal or the IQAC coordinator or the NAAC steering committee coordinator, they create 7 teams. They constitute 7 teams, and each team is assigned one particular criterion. Fine. Okay, but there should be a coordinator. Now, this is a healthy practice, but what has to be ensured is there should be networking among the 7 teams. But very often what happens is, if it is team A, whatever data they collect, they are not willing to share it with other teams. That should be avoided. This is happening in many colleges. Okay, so they collect and they keep it. No, data should be shared. So the IQAC coordinator or the NAAC steering committee coordinator, he or she should ensure the data collected is shared with the others. Okay, number 2, you have to come up with a lot of institutional policies. NAAC wants a lot of policies. You should clarify what is your admission policy, what is your research policy, what is your IT policy, what is your library policy. So please write different kinds of policies. Okay, fine. So 5 minutes. So now the next one. Okay, there are 2 questions. We have 7 criteria. Are all the 7 criteria equally important? No. For instance, research is not very important as far as affiliated colleges are concerned, whereas teaching and learning is very important as far as affiliated colleges are concerned. So in other words, we need to prioritize. Okay. And similarly, at the level of key indicators, not all key indicators are equally important. For instance, in criterion 2, where we talk about the teacher profile, the teacher background, the teacher profile, that is important because it carries 60 marks, whereas when we talk of the alumni engagement, that carries only 10 marks. So therefore, this is like instructing a student or our own child, okay, when he or she goes for exam. So how do we advise our child, or how do we advise our students? Okay, less time for 2-mark questions and more time for 10-mark questions. So the same we have to do. Number 4, NAAC new format, NAAC revised format. I was in the committee which prepared the revised format. So NAAC revised format is based largely on quantitative data, not so much on qualitative data. So therefore, whatever is your claim, you need to substantiate it with supporting documents. So NAAC wants evidence, NAAC wants proof, NAAC wants photographs, and that too geotag photographs. So dear friends, this is my last slide. Now, if it is the second cycle or the third cycle, the previous team must have given you a list of recommendations. So when you go for the next cycle, then the peer team will ask you, the previous cycle had given you a list of recommendations. Have these suggestions been fulfilled, implemented? The previous cycle, the previous team has pointed out certain weaknesses, certain limitations. Have you addressed these limitations? The previous team has pointed out, these are the opportunities, these are the challenges. Have you converted these opportunities into reality? So in other words, the IQAC team or the NAAC steering team should go through the report of the previous cycle, and the second part of the report, the third part of the report, the SWOT analysis and the recommendations, they need to be studied in detail with a lot of care, with a lot of attention, because the next cycle, the peer team, when the peer team visits for the next cycle, they will ask you, what did you do with the report of the previous team? So dear friends, the last 2 points with that I'll finish. Ensure the data for various agencies such as ASH, NARF, NAAC, AQAR are harmonized. There should not be any discrepancy, and that will be a big headache. Okay, and the last point that I want to emphasize is the major difference between the second cycle, first cycle and the second cycle, or the second cycle and the third cycle, or the third cycle and the fourth cycle is the earlier cycles, they focused on data. But now NAAC focuses on impact, outcome. For instance, okay, 10 years ago, the peer team would have asked institutions, okay, how many teachers are PhD guides? Okay, have they taken up PhD guidance? Okay, the answer is yes, no, fine. Now you can't say, yes, we have so many teachers with PhDs and we have so many PhD students and research guidance is going on. Now the question is, okay, what is the outcome? What is the impact? You have so many PhD students, but what is the outcome? How many publications? How many projects? What about research consultancy? How many papers? This progress from the first to the second cycle, from the second to the third cycle, the third to the fourth cycle. The way you look at your SSR should be different. If it is the third cycle or the fourth cycle, you should focus more on the impact and the outcome. So dear friends, that is the end of my presentation. I know I have taken some time. I apologize to the next speaker. So with this, I'll wind up. I have a meeting at 12 o'clock. I'm sorry, but in case you have 1 or 2 questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, Dr. Pradipta, for this warm invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very wonderful lecture. Our principal madam, Dr. Rupali Chaudhary, would like to give you the question.
Professor Duraidas.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your splendid lecture. It was so clinical approach to the assessment of NAAC. I think we have been enlightened a lot from your talk, and thank you for joining us on our platform. Sorry for the technical snag, and I won't delay you further. No questions here. Just to thank you. That's all. This is the principal.
Okay. So you are Dr. Rupali Chaudhary.
Sir, just one a different kind of a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Help us with some guidance in future, if necessary.
Okay, ma'am, sure.
Can we approach you?
Okay, so dear friends, I thank all of you. Nice meeting you virtually. My special thanks to Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee. I have another meeting, so please excuse me. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Pradipta here. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Pradipta here.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
moving on to the next lecture of this third plenary session, we have with us Dr. Siddhartha Shankar Saha. And to introduce sir, I would like to request our NAAC coordinator and convener of this conference, Dr. Vidyasagar Mukherjee, to kindly introduce sir. Good afternoon. I have the immense pleasure and honor to introduce our resource person and eminent speaker, Dr. Siddhartha Shankar Saha, who is Professor of Commerce and Head, Department of Commerce, University of Calcutta. A very warm and hearty welcome, Dr. Siddhartha Shankar Saha. Dr. Saha is formerly Professor of Commerce at St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. He is former Director, University of Calcutta, and former Dean, Faculty Council for Postgraduate Studies in Commerce, Social Welfare and Business Management of University of Calcutta. Professor Siddhartha Shankar Saha is former Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell of University of Calcutta. His recent co-authored book is on investment pattern of LICI and select private LICs in the post-reform era in India. It has been published by Palgrave Macmillan recently. With these few words on Professor Siddhartha Shankar Saha, our very own Siddhartha from our own affiliating university, that is University of Calcutta, I welcome Siddhartha and I hand over the session for his lecture. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, because they're now 11:59. So going to, that is morning to, that is afternoon. Our very near and dear and well-known Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee, when she contacted me, and then I also told that is I'll not be able to physically present. Reason behind that, I was very eager to be associated with your team, but actually I had an assignment, and that's why just after this deliberation, though we are late 20-25 minutes probably anyway, I'll be finishing by 12:45, what I believe, and at the same time I'm thankful to Pradipta Mukherjee as well as her team, and also the principal of this college and the entire IQAC team. I think my screen is visible. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So our national seminar is going on last 2 days, yesterday and today, on the different issues related to the NAAC guidelines or NAAC framework. So here some important aspect, not entire, is a very big matter, but I'd like to point out, or rather give the overview of some aspect or new NAAC guidelines. So here if we come to you to talk about some aspect or NAAC guidelines, first of all, I have to mention something on IQAC. Everybody knows IQAC. You know, I know, those who are associated with the IQAC also but it is very much clear that Internal Quality Assurance Cell, which is most prestigious and most important cell either in college or university level. And as you know, there is a specific composition of IQAC, and that I tell you as per the guidelines prescribed by NAAC. And here, what is the main role of IQAC? I have tried to point out the major role here: IQAC role towards administration, IQAC role towards academics, IQAC role towards student support, IQAC role for extension related issues, IQAC role related to research activities, and also IQAC role towards quality initiative and assurance. Now, if I come to you, if we come to you to look at what is the composition of the IQAC, as you know, this composition strictly should be followed by any institution. It may be our Vidyasagar College, or maybe Calcutta University or any other institution, because clearly mentioned here in the guidelines, the chairperson would be always head of the institution. And also teachers to represent all levels, it may be assistant professor or associate professor, but numbers they are mentioned minimum 3 to 8, and one member from the management, that means managing committee or maybe senate or syndicate, the senior administrative officers, and one nominee each from local society, trust to students and alumni, and one nominee each from the employer.
Okay, so
in
there's a
industry.
Mubashir Chakraborty. Let my assistant call you back, huh?
Hello. Then one nominee each from the employer or industry or stakeholders, and finally one of the senior leaders as the coordinator of the IQAC. But I must mention here, as far as my knowledge goes, that IQAC director and NAAC director should be always same. Maybe some institution they give the opportunity to someone to be the NAAC coordinator, but as far as my knowledge goes, the IQAC director itself, will be the NAAC coordinator or whatever may be the form, but no, should not be the 2%, separate 2%. This is my suggestion here. Now, if we talk about the IQAC liaison role between management and college or university offices, departments, and committees, any proposal and reports, may come from office, administration, department, committees, not administration, office, department, and committees, different committees that may come to the IQAC. IQAC is supposed to communicate to the management, the higher authority, and higher authority based on the different meetings that can be approved, that can be sanctioned according to the compliance, and ultimately through IQAC that can be communicated to different offices or departments or committees of a particular organization. Then another important aspect means issue that I have to briefly point out. That is, if we talk about the AQAR. What is AQAR? So you know very well the AQAR, the Annual Quality Assurance Report. Now, what is that? This report is supposed to be prepared yearly basis. That means not financial year, but academic year. Academic year normally begin from June, ending on May. And now, say for example, Vidyasagar College, what I have the information from Dr. Pradipta, and she told me that is 2017. Actually, last cycle visit was made. So in that case, that it will the total 5 years period will be concluded by October or maybe November 2022. Now there is a question here. If you are ready, all right. If you are not ready for conducting the next cycle, so in that case maybe it's 6 months late or 1 year late. But one thing should be kept in mind, right from beginning 2017 onwards, every year mandatorily the AQAR should be submitted online basis according to the new format. I come to you the new format. As you know, up to 1920, it was the old format, but up to that is 1718, the earlier, the AQAR were submitted by email. But actually 19 onwards, AQAR cannot be submitted by email. AQAR can be uploaded through portal. So therefore, two things are very, very important. Their most old format was up to 2017-18, 18-19, 19-20 new format, and most revised format, that is 2021 onwards. But if you want to submit any AQAR, either most previous AQAR, it may be 17-18, 18-19, or any other AQAR at present not to be sent over email, but to be uploaded over portal. So AQAR no pending before planning for the visit, that means inviting to NAAC. Ultimately, the AQAR all years, all preceding years, for your case, 2017-18 onwards, that can be submitted, At the same time, all the AQAR are supposed to be uploaded in your website, that means your college website, mandatorily. So if we talk about the AQAR format, revised guidelines, everything given in the website, NAAC website. If you want to know that is your new format or new format, as I just told you, the most old format that we followed till 1718. After that, we have new format, there is 1819 and 1920, and new format, that means most revised format. If we talk about, there is 2021 onwards. That means 2021, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, and so on. And now, here, as I already told you, the AQAR basically to be submitted according to our, not financial year, not from April to March, but from academic year, starting from 1st June and ending on 31st May. Then if we look at here, there is what is the use of AQAR? That is clearly mentioned in the website of NAAC, and here just I'm trying to share here. The AQAR is a useful document which gives the overall picture of the institutional growth in all the 7 criteria. The 7 criteria I talk about already previous, resource person, they are given the overview of 7 criteria. But one thing should be kept in mind, if we talk about the AQAR or if we talk about the SSR, so both the cases, we have 2 parts, part A, part B. Part A basically institutional information and also extended profile, and part B having the 7 criteria. But what is the difference between AQAR and SSR? As you know, AQAR, as I told you, that can be submitted every year, but SSR can be submitted last 5 years. What do you mean by last 5 years? So, for example, for this particular college, that means our Vidyasagar College, suppose they are planning to invite the NAAC team here, 2023. So in that case, preceding 5 years. So preceding 5 years means, I think, 18 to 19, 19 to 20, 2021, 2022, 2023. Therefore, no confusion, 2017 to 2023, all 6 years AQAR should get ready and can be uploaded, but SSR should be prepared, keeping in mind the last 5 years. Last 5 years means if you want to, apply IIQA, if you want to submit in the year 2023, so preceding 5 years, SSR is supposed to be prepared, where even 7 criteria there. So I come to you the SSR later. Then we come to the issue related to that is your old, new, and new. As I already told you, if you want to see the website, therefore in that case, up to 1920, your old format, new format, and 2021, new format. So everything is there, and accordingly then you follow. I think already you have followed, some of the year, I think 17, 18, 18, 19, or 19, 20. At least you have already submitted, I believe. Now, if we talk about the revised assessment and accreditation framework, which is very, very important for us. So I'd like to point out certain salient features here. The actually what is revised, that is assessment accreditation. So here I'm trying to point out that from qualitative peer management to database quantitative indicator evaluation with increased objectivity and transparency. I'll show here how many total, or matrix are supposed to be prepared according to the format. We have few matrix related to qualitative, few matrix related to quantitative, and also qualitative matrix. If you give, so in that case, only fill in the matrix not sufficient, because as you know, we have SOP. So SOP wise, you have to give the always that is screenshot, or maybe geosite tag, or maybe you can say there is your any kind of document, or maybe any kind of document related to the photocopy photos, or maybe URLs, etc., etc. So whatever information you like to put in the form of qualitative or quantitative, either in AQAR or maybe in case of SSR, but you have to keep the supporting document. So these are the points what I have given here. That is, revised assessment and accreditation framework was launched in July 2017. One thing should be kept in mind, last point what I've given in this particular slide, the introducing pre-qualifier for peer team visit as 25% of system generated score. Whatever you submit in the form of SSR, they calculate the score, and this score minimum 25%, then that will be the pre-qualifier, and ultimately they will give the consent for peer team visit. And other many things are there, so I skip this, and then I'm coming to the next part. If we look at this particular slide, then we understand what is the first step for revised assessment accreditation. First step is the registration of Vidyasagar College, like HEI, on NAAC website, and then online submission of the institutional information for quality assessment, which is called IIQA. So when IIQA will be submitted, so if you get ready, two things. One is AQAR, all preceding years, starting from 17-18, and also you have completed your SSR according to the format. So if you are completed two things, one SSR and another AQAR, you get ready, almost ready. So in that case, you can prepare according to the format, fill in the format, IIQA, and that again can be uploaded in the portal. So the with fees 25,000 rupees plus 18% GST. And as you know, there is whenever you submit the IIQA, why I have told you, you must get ready SSR. You must get ready SSR and also AQAR. Why? Because within 45 days of the acceptance of IIQA, the college authority, rather IQAC cell, will be required to submit online basis the SSR. So if your SSR is not ready, so in that case it will apply, so your object will be lost. So whenever you are allowed to submit the SSR, then you must get ready to submit the fees, whatever I have mentioned here. And data for last 5 academic session, as I already told you with example, for your case, if your case is 2023 or 2024 or 2022, so accordingly, preceding 5 years, detailed information, keeping in mind the format which is given, prescribed format in SSR. So 7 criteria, many metrics, many qualitative, many quantitative metrics, and you have to fill in with, that is your related supporting document, geotag, photograph, or any other URLs or any other supporting document that you have to submit there. Coming to next step, after submission of SSR, then data validation, verification, and student satisfaction survey that will be done, rather that will begin. It is not even verification and student satisfaction survey that can be done after submission of SSR by the NAAC authority. But there is a point. If we talk about student satisfaction survey, so I am talking about from the viewpoint of SSR and also from the viewpoint of AQAR and from the viewpoint of NAAC. All are not same. Let me allow to show the AQAR a relevant portion as far as criteria 2 is concerned, and SSR criteria 2 is concerned, then I tell you the matter. Just a minute. If we look at that, I am showing here AQAR format, revised format. The key indicator, that is your 2.7, student satisfaction survey. Suppose Vidyasagar College, is preparing, or prepared, AQAR. So 2.7.1 clearly mentioned the student satisfaction survey on overall institutional performance. That means institution Vidyasagar College may design its own questionnaire. So one thing I tell you, there is a closed-ended and open-ended questionnaire, mostly closed-ended, 20 questionnaire closed-ended or 1 questionnaire open-ended. I have few slides I'll show before there, and based on that, you can prepare your own questionnaire, or in total you can follow, and then questionnaire should be sent to different sections of students, but according to your database. This is one thing what I'm talking about, that is from the viewpoint of AQAR. But if we talk about SSR point of view, that also I'm showing exactly 2.7.1, weightage is 60. There also online student satisfaction survey that can be conducted regarding to teaching and learning process, and that also can be conducted by the college. So college is supposed to conduct seriously, from the viewpoint of SSR and from the viewpoint of your AQAR and NAAC separately. What I'm trying to show at the beginning, the NAAC is supposed to conduct the student satisfaction survey separately, not based on the old data of the student, but based on the current year data. What do you mean by current year data? Suppose your NAAC, your institution has approached to the NAAC for visit in the year 2023. So 22-23 or 23 at the end. So in that case, 23-24. So these year current data are supposed to be submitted. Now there is a point. How many students' feedback are supposed to be collected by the NAAC? So this part I come to you. Next slides. Please wait for that. I'll tell you in details. But from AQR point of view or SSR point of view, there is no fixed number. So according to your student capacity, fixed number I tell you from their point of view, when they will conduct, NAAC will conduct, after getting the information from you, the current year data. But if we talk about AQR or SSR, AQR particularly 2021 and 21-22, 2021 onwards, AQR and SSR, when you prepare, then the college concerned supposed to conduct the survey and give the ultimate the outcome of the survey. So after that, I talk about here the institution, that means your college must complete the pre-qualifier stage. A pre-qualifier stage meaning couple of months back already I told you, and accordingly you have to submit the required amount of fee that already I have mentioned here. And now one thing should be kept in mind: the TPLS from the viewpoint of NAAC, that can be completed within 30 days. That is not your headache actually. That can be done by the NAAC team. Then coming to the step number 6, the peer team visit. The peer team visit to the college, and ultimately after going through everything, then finally the award of accreditation assessment, the grade will be given, the type of grade, everything I'll tell you later, wait for that. And then finally it can be normally valid for 5 years, but your grade is extraordinary grade. Sometimes the period may be 5 to 7 years also. So that is not for all the organization, but for few organizations, those having scored the outstanding score, and accordingly you can take the benefit. Now, if we talk about the 7 criteria, so here you see, as I told you a couple of minutes back, the total 7 criteria here. Number 1, the curricular aspect. Number 2, teaching, learning, and evaluation aspect. Then research and innovation and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, and institutional values and best practices. My previous resource person, Professor Joseph, from Tamil Nadu, I suppose. So he has given the overview of, in brief overview of the 7 criteria. Here, you have to keep it in mind, as I told you, out of 7 criteria, we have many metrics, as I told you. Few of them qualitative, that is descriptive. Normally, the word limit is normally 200 words with supporting document. And here, one thing I suggest, the college authority or university, in preparing the SSR, in preparing the executive summary in SSR, in preparing the qualitative matrix, so any teacher having the good quality English, good English quality writing capacity, and properly presentation capacity, better to prepare the SSR and to finalize the matter. This is my perception, and accordingly, college authority decides. Ultimately, the institution can gain. So, if we sum up, well, what do you understand? The stages in the process of assessment and accreditation. Here, first of all, IIQA. So, IIQA and SSR. So, IIQA followed by SSR, but before that, AQAR. So, if you, as I told you again, I repeat, if you are ready for all your preceding years AQAR and you have totally completed SSR after having the data from different department of your institution and compile and finalize, prepare the executive summary of SSR, part A, that is your profile and extended profile and 7 criteria and everything all right. Then you submit IIQA, followed by within 45 days of their approval, IIQA, that is SSR. Then data validation and verification should be done by the NAAC. Student satisfaction survey, as I told you, 3 stages, AQAR 2021, 21, 22 onwards, and also SSR point of view, and also NAAC point of view, that can be done. Then peer team visit, finally institutional grading. Now there is a question. There are some questions that may arise in our mind. How many years data has to be submitted to IIQA and SSR? For IIQA, one thing should be kept in mind. Only current academic year data has to be provided. 4 to 5 pages prescribed format is there. So according to that, IQAC director or the other coordinator is supposed to fill in and upload in consultation with her or his team. As far as SSR is concerned, already I have mentioned here the latest 5 completed academic year. Latest 5. So if your year is 2023, so preceding 5 years, as I told you. What is the structure of self-study report? Self-study report structure already uploaded. I have at present here, that is total SSR for affiliated colleges, 53 pages. And what I am showing here, this is SSR. So for example, first page if I show, so you know very well, but once again, I show here, that is, this is very much available in the NAAC site. So therefore, already you have downloaded, I believe. And this is SSR for affiliated or constituent colleges. And now that can be gone through and that can be discussed many times, many committee members, and then that can be, finalized, prepared after collecting the data. Now, another question that bears in mind, what are the aspects on which the assessment and accreditation of institutions carried out? Yes, the NAAC has identified 7 criteria, and also there is qualitative, quantitative parameter. I skip it. Now, this slide is very, very important. As far as my knowledge goes, the total 7 criteria having total matrix is 55. Out of 55, that is qualitative matrix, that is 21, quantitative matrix, that is 34. And
Sir, you're not audible.
hello,
Sir, we can't hear you.
you can't hear me.
No, sir, we on the online platform can hear you.
So at present, all right?
Yes.
Am I audible?
I think the problem is there in offline. Online members can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
But we cannot, sir.
From my side, there is no problem. So if your side any problem, so please resolve. Okay? Thank you. Am I audible, Dr. Pradipta? Hello.
Yes, Siddhartha da, আমরা
Yes.
শুনতে পাচ্ছি, we can hear you, but
Okay, but now tell me, is it all right? Is it all right?
Siddhartha da, 5 minutes একটু wait করুন please.
Uh-huh.
we can hear you now.
Am I all right? Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank
We
you.
can hear you. Pradipta here. Yes,
Okay, okay. Thank you. So please mute your, so what I was talking about, actually the total 7 criteria comprising the total matrices. Have we understand? The total 21 qualitative matrices and 34 quantitative. Qualitative matrices means descriptive type, minimum 200 words. Within 200 words, something can be written according to the questions or sub-parameters. And as I told you, not only descriptive with supporting document, otherwise no value. Accordingly, quantitative, 34 parameters. They are also ultimately, that is the information, quantitative with supporting document. So for example, one teacher having 30 publication for a particular year. So 30 publication supporting document are supposed to be given. Otherwise, no value for that. Next, I'm coming to, after the filling up of SSR, what should the institution do? So our rules is that after filling up the SSR, it should be submitted on the NAAC portal, and our institution will receive an auto-generated link or ID of SSR in the registered email ID. Suppose Vidyasagar College, they can submit, they can get it through IQAC cell, and the same SSR in PDF format should be then uploaded on the college or university website. Therefore, that can be in your college website, supposed to be submitted. Then I skip this matter for the time being, and then I'm coming to some important aspect here. Some important aspect, please wait. Yeah, this is very, very important. How will the student satisfaction survey be conducted? So by the NAAC, by the college, as I told you, according to your way, through email, so or other way, or maybe our Google Doc or any other form, that is, you can send the questionnaire among a student from the viewpoint of AQAR, from the viewpoint of SSR. But here I'm talking about the viewpoint of NAAC. So clearly mentioned that after the data validation and verification process, the NAAC will send the online questionnaire to randomly selected student. But what type of student? Again, should be kept in mind. There is current batch student, not previous batch student. Most of the colleges, when I am invited there, so they have some confusion. So it is make it clear, there is a current batch student data should be submitted. That the students will have to complete the survey and submit the same to NAAC online according to their instruction. And TSS will form a component of the overall grading of the institution. So there is a 2.7.1 which is mentioned in our student satisfaction survey, mentioned in our criteria 2, either in SSR or maybe AQAR. So there are certain guidelines or rules and regulations that can be followed. What are the rules and regulations? The college or university, anyone has to strictly upload data of at least 50% of currently enrolled student as per a data template format of Excel sheet given in the portal. Therefore, if you want to apply 2023, again I repeat, so in that case, the 2023 means first quarter if you apply, so in that case, obviously that is our 22-23, otherwise second quarter or third quarter 23-24. That means your not financial data but your academic data, that is June to May. So accordingly you submit. Data will be accepted in text format only as per the template given by NAAC. And then other many things are there, information what I pointed out. So you look at it is very much available in our website. So do accordingly. Then I come to you the other few important points here. TSS will be administered at the institution simultaneously with data validation and verification. And TSS having, I saw the questionnaire, 20 objective multiple choice question, close-ended question. And one question is open-ended subjective type. Now there is a question for college level, minimum how many responses from respondent required to be collected. So here clearly mentioned that the UG colleges or PG or autonomous colleges like you also, that is responses should be received from at least 10% of the total student population. Suppose your college population is, say for example, 5,000 or 6,000 or 4,000. So about 10% of that or 100, whichever is lesser. So minimum requirement clearly mentioned for having the responses for conducting the survey. And next, if I come to you, the slide, yes. If we talk about student satisfaction survey questionnaire, as I told you, the 20 close-ended and 1 open-ended questionnaire, which is very much available in NAAC site, so anybody can download. Or what I'm showing exactly from this. So here, first part of that, please confirm this is the first and only time you answered this survey, because this will be given to the student. So therefore, yes or no. Then the student age, college name, gender, then other things also we have. So other things is that is what degree program are you pursuing now? What subject area are you currently pursuing? This is the first part of the questionnaire. And then second part of the questionnaire, 20 questions basically. First part basically questionnaire, part basically what we say from the sense of research, the descriptive, the demographic profile and like that. So here out of 20 close-ended, this is question number 1. If we look at these questions related to particularly criterion 2, that means teaching, learning and evaluation. Criterion 2. So therefore question number 1, if we look at carefully, friend, so you understand how much of this syllabus was covered in the class. So therefore accordingly here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, here points are there. So here 5-point scale actually 0 to 4, and accordingly the tick mark will be given, or maybe in any other mode, and you get the response. Likewise, point number 2, just I show one by one quickly. Then point number 3, you see point number 4, point number 5, point number 6, then point number 7. But one thing should be kept in mind. I would suggest the IQAC cell of this college and college authority, you should conduct the workshop, department-wise workshop with the student, because if in advance, if you do not, the current year student and previous year student, because previous year students required for your SSR or maybe AQAR point of view, but from NAAC point of view, ultimately current year. So if you do not groom them, if you do not suggest them, if you do not discuss with them, so sometimes it can happen that, some bad responses, unfavorable responses may come. So that will be very difficult to manage. So therefore, my suggestion to the college authority and IQAC cell, ultimately, you should conduct small workshop department-wise, or maybe that is as a whole college-wise, the students, and discuss with them, to groom them, to counsel them, so that your objective will be fulfilled. Now I'm coming to other part of questionnaire. That is your 10, question number 11, question number 12, and then you see that is your part 15, 16, 17. So I quickly finish it, and then I come to the remaining part. Yes, then we have 20. Finally, 21 question. They give 3 observation. It is open-ended or subjective type. Give 3 observation or suggestion to improve the overall teaching learning experience in your institution. So if you do not groom them, so in that case questions 20 and 21 all, so you may not get the appropriate feedback from them. My next slide, and then more or less I have done, but next slide is, you see there is where actually you focus. This is very, very important part. Why? Because you have to understand there is weightage. Weightage means, that means you have 7 criteria. So if we talk about criteria 1, Then for affiliated colleges, weightage is 100. By total weightage, as you know, 1000. Teaching learning, weightage is 350. So therefore, you have to focus on in preparing, in collecting the data. And before collecting data and preparing this compilation of that, then you have to conduct the many activities. Because one thing we do, many colleges and universities, you collect data and compile. No, my suggestion is that whenever you complete one cycle, suppose 2017 and 17 onwards, you could conduct the many activities according to the format, according to the prescribed format and criteria. So otherwise it will be difficult to fulfill the requirement and to have the good score, because you know the score is given UG level, column number 5th, and where you know if we talk about curricular aspect, so 100, so 100 breakup also given, 20, 30, 30, 20, where actually you give 100% focus, that will be your strategic decision. That's why you should have the rehearsal. If we just come to the dais to play, so it will be very difficult. So previously, if we did it, all the parameter considering our weightage, so it could be better. Say for example, your criteria number 2, 350, the maximum weightage. So maximum weightage, many criteria are there. Previous resource person, he has tried to give some suggestion. So keeping in mind those suggestions and keeping in mind the weightage, so college authorities should take the necessary steps. Then if we see the criteria 3 here, also 110 total weightage, breakup also given, and something given, there is NA. So for example, consultancy, it is applicable to university or autonomous colleges like St. Xavier's. I taught St. Xavier's 18 years there, so they have consultancy and some issues and some aspect, whereas colleges or university level have. But usually UG colleges may not have this type of activity. If you have, but you can show, but you may not get any score for that. But if you have consultancy in your college, in that case, you know, impression will be good. Impression obviously will be good. Full slide, whatever I have been able to show, this is the full slide, and you know, I can enhance, but it will be a little difficult to enhance. Okay, I'm trying, don't worry. And then criteria 4, criteria 5, criteria 6, 7, and then finally total score is 1000. So you understand the score was 100, score was 350, score was 110, score was again 100, then 140, then 100, and then 100. But ultimately, the maximum score out of 1000 were in the criteria number 2. This part already I told you. Then finally, I tell you the issue like, I have 2-3 slides maximum, then I conclude. If you want to say anything to me, then I can discuss. There you see there are 3 important parts. If you talk about the total, the assessment and accreditation by the NAAC. Part 1, the peer team report based on your data, 30%. That is part 2 and part 3, 70%. What is part 2? Here I have tried to mention the system generated quality profile of the college or university based on statistical analysis of quantitative indicators in the NAAC's quality indicator framework. So it is not your area. So they will discuss and they will decide, they will analyze, and they prepare the graphical presentation and will be reflected through you know, their synthesis of quantitative indicator. Part 3, the institutional gate sheet contains the institutional gate sheet, which is based on the qualitative indicator, quantitative, and student satisfaction survey. So finally, they provide the grade. So what is actually your grade? The grade is, as you know, at present grade is that is you know, just a minute. Grade is you know, that is the highest grade is A++. Between 3.51 to 4 point CGPA, then 3.26 to 3.50 CGPA A plus, 3.01 to 3.25 CGPA grade A, and after that we have B++, B plus B, C, and D. With this word, I conclude here because I have another assignment. But I may stay here another 5 to 7 minutes. I request Pradipta, if you like to tell others that they have some questions or some discussion with me. So if you have a capacity to respond, so I have another 5-7 minutes time. I have no problem. Please, Dr. Pradipta.
So, thank you, Siddhartha. That was a wonderful presentation from your end. It was very informative. We wish we could continue listening to you. You had a lot of information to share regarding AQAR and preparation of the self-study report for NAAC. Do you have time for 1 or 2 questions?
Yeah. At least 7 minutes I'll be there. Minimum 7 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your lecture. I just want to know one thing, that what is the academic year?
Actually, your voice is, cracking or maybe echo. So you kindly once again, if you repeat it.
Yes, Siddhartha, my colleague is coming up on stage to repeat her question. So
Okay, no problem.
Disturbance. Sir, I would just like to know that what will we consider the academic year? Is it from July to June, or as you said, from June to May? We just have a confusion, so I want to clear.
No, according to me, that is, you may check, but it's a June to May.
June to 1st June to 3rd.
Again, I repeat, but do not mix up. That is what we do in the college, for our purpose, many purposes. We are talking about academic year for the purpose of the NAAC issue. We are not saying anything about the academic year, which is very much related to our session when we begin, or maybe a teacher's promotion, or many things are there, okay? But I am not saying anything about that. I think you understand. According to their information, NAAC information, as far as my knowledge goes, but once again, you can check or I can check. I think it is not July to June, it is June to May. Okay? Okay, next.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Siddhartha, am I audible to you?
Yes, very much.
Siddhartha, it was a very interesting presentation from your end. It was very informative. I just had one clarification. That is,
Please.
talk that we need to upload 6 AQARs. Now, in my college, since we have done our accreditation in 2017, and the 3rd cycle is due only in 2022 after October, we have at present uploaded 3 AQARs.
Right, I tell you. Then again, I listen your point. Please let me tell. First of all, I told you that is, if you would like to plan for your accreditation this year or next year or maybe 2024, whatever may be. But obviously not whatever may be. You have to get the permission from NAAC. So that is a technical part. But point is that your previous NAAC visit was concluded in 2017, and 17 to 2022 5 years validity. So 17 to 18 onwards till again I repeat, till that is your planning for accreditation. So entire period, it may be 5 years, it may be 6 years, it may be 7 years. So every year AQAR should be uploaded in according to new format through portal, and same AQAR supposed to be uploaded in your website for public awareness, stakeholder awareness. That means 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, and you're planning 23. So 23, then 22, 23, up to that. About 23 when? Suppose if you say the 23 January. So in that case, they say up to 2021, a remaining period. So you have to over email, you have to discuss with them and finalize remaining a few months. Okay. But if you say 2023, actually third quarter you are planning. So in that case, obviously up to 22-23, that is June to May. Is that clear? AQAR. This is your question number 1. Then question number 2. Please tell question number 2.
Yes, thank you, Siddhartha. Is there any other questions from the audience? Offline participants, online participants?
But I think, Pradipta, I tell you the one thing, SSR always should be prepared, not 6 years, 7 years. SSR prepared the, latest 5 years. That means if 23 third quarter, so preceding 5 years, not 2017 to 2023. Preceding 5 years, only preceding 5 years.
5 years.
Okay.
5 years. Yes. Siddhartha, in that case, we are planning to upload online SSR in 2023, say December. In that case, what you are saying is we have to update, keep AQAR updated up to 22-23. Am I right?
Right.
22-23 AQAR has to be.
Because reason behind that, Pradipta, it is not dual work. It's a single work. Why? Because 20-23 format are SSR format same. So if you collect the data and compile the data in SSR 5 years, so automatically 2023 data in SSR and AQAR same. So it's nothing nothing. What should I say? That is extra or any additional information. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. Any
other question?
Hello.
Please.
Okay. Now I have a question regarding the teacher profile.
Right.
In my college, I teach in a college in Howrah. Many of the teachers have got transferred. But in the column, the date of appointment, what should be their date of appointment? The appointment in this our college or their earlier college?
Date of appointment, that is some of the teachers you have told, that is they came to join your college or they have left your college.
No, they have come to our college from other colleges. Their service may be of 20 more years, but here they have come only for 2 years.
Always we suggest in our university, when I was IQAC director, that you give both the data. How? That is basically that is one data, current college information and previous college information or previous institution information within bracket.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions? Please be brief because we are running short of time and Siddhartha has another meeting to attend.
Actually, Pradipta, criteria in details, because if I start to tell criteria, I think the 7 criteria within 1 hour not possible. So 7 criteria to be discussed. It may be that is 3 plus 3. So naturally, I have given you to all aspect the overview of that. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay.
It was very interesting. So, do we have any more questions, or we can break for lunch? And with I express my gratitude and heartfelt thanks to Siddhartha for his valuable time, for accepting our invitation. Siddhartha, a very big thank you for joining us on the virtual platform. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude and thanks for being our esteemed resource person for this 2-day national seminar organized by IQAC of Vidyasagar College for Women in collaboration with NAAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee, rather our Pradipta and her team is always, she met and over phone, she is very meticulous and very eager and dedicated to the college very much. I understood, and it's my pleasure to be associated virtually with this college. Again, I tell what beginning I told that since I have another assignment, that's why. Otherwise, the Vidyasagar College from my university, from my office, it's a walking distance. So naturally, you could join there. So in future, if any other opportunity, always I'll be there. Thank you to college principal and I am all the teachers, my colleague. Thank you very much on all participants. So may I leave?
Thank you. Thank you, Shita.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
When should we rejoin?
Yeah, I hope I'm audible now. This is a piece of information to all offline participants from outside colleges that we are now breaking for lunch. Lunch will be served in room number ICT room, which is just opposite the auditorium. Those of you who were here yesterday, you all know the ICT room. But those of you who have joined us today, please join us for lunch in the ICT room, just blank opposite the auditorium. And teachers of Vidyasagar College for Women, please move on to room number FF2 for lunch. And we should be back in another 35 minutes, 30 to 35 minutes. And as per poster, we'll follow the program schedule of the poster. When is the post-lunch session starting, Shamri? 1:30. So we should be back here by say 1:40. For all my online participants, all online participants of other colleges, I request you to be back on the virtual platform by 1:40 post-lunch session. Indrani Madam from Lady Brabourne College has joined us physically. Indrani Madam has come all the way from Lady Brabourne College. She has come to our college. We are grateful to her for her physical presence. She's there sitting with us in the auditorium. So we will listen to her 1:40 onwards. So to all my online participants, please join us on the virtual platform by 1:40 sharp. Thank you very much. একবার just জিজ্ঞেস করে নিন যে আপনাকে দেখা যাচ্ছে। ঠিক আছে, can check.
This is for the online participants. Am I visible and audible, and or the presentation is visible and I'm audible? Is that okay?
All okay, madam.
Okay, thank you. So, as just to go back, because the audio was there and the video wasn't on. Sorry for that. And so this national level conference that the IQAC, in collaboration with NAAC, has organized. as I was just telling, that this is intense information exchange and would go, I'm sure, a long way in making Vidyasagar College for Women and its IQAC much more enriched and focused, because I was party to some of the presentation. And we had some very eminent speakers from NAAC, as I had observed in the, and I feel very grateful to the principal and the honorable members of the GB of Vidyasagar College for Women, and of course to the team IQAC, and especially Pradipta, because she was liaising with me, for giving me the opportunity. Now, since this is the so-called by way of resource person, the last paper, there will be, as I was telling Pradipta, some overlapping. You can't help that. But I'll try and shift the emphasis on more as to how you actually organize data or become sensitive to data, which is already there in your college. It's not that your college doesn't have or any college doesn't have. It's just that our orientation maybe have to be a little more tightened. The first parts are little overlapping, but I think one needs to dwell just upon so that you see the whole process, which was being commented upon with a great deal of detailing by the previous speaker. The many prongs that are involved in the A&M process, as you can see, compliance with assessment criterion, institutional visit from NAAC, which comes the last, institution eligibility for quality assessment, the self-study report kind of holding a central position, the cycle of accreditation, whichever is yours, management and governance and accreditation fees. Now, all of these things, as presented in the diagram, in this kind of, it's almost in a way, a little bit like the cricket field with offside strokes and online strokes and something in the middle, because you do have to be something of an all-rounder, especially from the IQAC point of view. You have to keep many things in mind. The documentation is certainly there, and it is the backbone. Now, there is this question of management and governance. Actually, management and governance that is indicated over there is the management and governance of the entire process of preparing for NAAC, which means from raw data to SSR. So that is something I think with whatever flexibility I have, and I have faced 3 NAACs in my college, you need a solid 1.5 to 2 years preparation. 1.5 to 2 years preparation. You can rush the IQAC, but ultimately it will be self-defeating. Better you spend 1.5 years whenever that cycle is determinative. From the time of expiry, you back calculate that. And from that back calculation, you count how much preparation time you need. That is management and governance. Okay. The rest, how much accreditation fees. Anyway, these have to be looked into the NAAC website again and again. They are very dynamic. They will change a lot. They will have to. Remember, it is an all India perspective. Sometimes we get disturbed. We think they're changing a lot. No, they're not really changing a lot because their perspective is much wider and all-encompassing. So they have to make minor changes constantly. The fees can undergo a change also. Certainly the process, not compliance with assessment criteria, that process plus the actual format of the SSR also constantly undergoes change. Constantly. So monitoring, part of that management and governance is definitely constantly monitoring the NAAC website. I mean, it should be a kind of a parallel habit for you. That way you don't miss anything. You don't miss anything. This is the IIQA. The IIQA by itself, as you have heard, it's not so demanding. It's not so demanding. But the information has to be precise. I'm not going to dwell on this too much because it's not that you don't know. The process, again, the manual itself was shown. I'm not going into the manual as such. I won't. This point, the middle one, in case of rejection of IIQA, application-specific suggestions would be given to HEIs to facilitate them to resubmit IIQA. Of course, nobody is going to think about rejection. And that's where the time factor comes in. As I said, don't rush into it. Make the first calculation that is the expiry date. I think if I recollect correctly, almost a year before that, you have to have your SSR semi-ready so that the next 6 months towards the IIQA, you can go on brushing and plugging the gaps. Then this question of rejection of IIQA will never ever be a possibility. Never ever. If your preparation, your calculation is correct, say your expiry date, that till then you are accredited. Okay. Then just go back. 6 months is my final preparation time. Preparation means rewriting maybe some few areas, uploading further documents that you probably didn't lay your hands on before, those kinds of things. So that's 6 months, another, let's say 6 or 7 months to actually writing of the SSR and brushing off. So if you keep that period, the question, because the IIQA, more or less, please know that IIQA is more or less submission of SSR. Why? Because they give that 45 days, which sounds fine, but then 45 days, be realistic. There may be closures of college without you having anything to do with it. There may be changed situation externally. You may not have anything to do with it. So in reality, you are not going to have 45 days. And God forbid, when we went in that COVID time, you really didn't know from one day to the other what was going to happen. So the cushioning time must be kept. And IIQA to SSR, you must be 98.9% prepared. Don't give those 45 days much of importance that way. Needless to say, it's a systematic process. This one, I'm sure people before me, and especially eminent speakers from NAAC, I have noticed their names. They are indeed authorities on that. I can't hope to add much to them, but the SOP really is very important, the standard operating procedures. In the standard operating procedures, there are not only the do's and don'ts, but there are actually metric tables. Around last time that we did, there were 52 metric tables. You have to prepare that other than the IIQA and SSR. Extended profile, they call it. That extended profile you will find in the SOP. The manual is okay, fine. I mean, the manual is there, the word format is there, but the extended profile comes before that. Now, I am speaking from my experience of having submitted the SSR in 2021. That is to say, first the SSR and then completing the DVV process. And then appearing from NAAC in 2022. Up till then, and I heavily underline my caveat, up till then, the SOP, the extended metrics, in fact, we had a session with the principal during the COVID because, we were very worried that, some of our team members were getting affected, the family members were getting affected. So we gave her the real-time check that, ma'am, we require this much time. Why? Because the SSR is one thing, but there is the extended profile. That has to be done according to the SOP. They have given indications what they want for that metric, what they don't want for the metric, what kind of misinterpretation you can make. They have warned you. So I've completed my SSR and that's done, job done. No, do not ignore the SOP. In the SOP, the people who are managing the actual technical part of it, there's a lot of advice for them as to how to handle the portal. Of course, the IQAC coordinator, the NAAC coordinator, as well as the IQAC should be having those at their fingertips. There are many tool tips, especially uploading documents. For example, I'm sure you know it already, but hopefully I'm not repeating too much, that if your file exceeds 5 or 6 MB, they will not take it in. So compression, you must have people skilled in compression, need not be only faculty members. Faculty members can keep track, but if there are faculty members, if you have a computer science department, electronic department, it's not an issue. But those are very time-taking, painstaking things. You have to do it parallelly as you are preparing it. So compression of those files and preparing the links, they take time. They take a lot of time because the rest has to be, as was being told by Professor Shaha, that they have to be uploaded on the website. That is to say, the links have to be given. You please test the links also. The links are there when whoever is the receiver there is pressing on the link, it is not connecting. So checking and cross-checking. Uploading is not the end of the fairy story at all. Okay, so these tool tips have to be really taken into consideration as part of that governance and management thing. You know, of course, that quantitative and qualitative metrics, and they have given a kind of a weightage, but really before that, the weightage comes later. You have to address all these criterion, but pertaining to your college. We sometimes have this idea that this is really our own presumption. X college has this, my college does not have this. This is not the way NAAC looks at a college at all. Every college is unique. Every college has its characteristics, and those characteristics how best to be showcased under the 7.30. It's not as if Y college has something. For example, let us take up the criterion 7, which is innovation and best practices. Obviously, the best practices of Vidyasagar College for Women will not be the same as the best practices of, say, a rural college for women. And doesn't mean that the rural college of women is at a disadvantage from the urban Vidyasagar College for Women. Not at all, not at all. I have seen, let's say, Lady Brabant score less in best practices than a rural college of women, which means, therefore, that every college's unique best practice has to be showcased. I'll give you a few examples of best practices and innovations, okay? Apart from the standard ones, what can become a best practice? Obviously, my point of reference will have to be Lady Brabant College because that's the college that I know best. This was not this one, this NAAC, but the previous one, that's the second cycle. We had a major research project then in the Department of Zoology. It was an intense study of habitat and butterfly culture. Okay, if I'm making some jargonish error, pardon me because I'm not from zoology. Okay, but as far as I hope I'm correct. So, a butterfly garden had to be set up as part of the project. The faculty member of zoology, who was the principal investigator, was determined that it had to be in the college. Fortunately, for an urban college, Lady Brabant has quite an extensive campus. But even then, there was no location. She visited the adjacent hostel campus. We have a hostel. We had visited, obviously, we visit the hostel often enough for the welfare of the girls. In the middle, there was a fallow. Middle, I mean, you have buildings surrounding all around. There's a fallow sort of a piece of land where the PWD seemed to think of it as a dumping ground. You know, it was cleared and then again not cleared, again cleared. It just went on. The principal investigator pointed that this has to be the area. And of course, with the resources of the funding agency, which was UGC at that point of time, this was developed, netted around, and flowering trees and fruit trees as part of the project came on. And butterfly culture began over there. By the time we reached the second cycle of NAAC, and this was presented as one of the best practices, because overnight, and if you go to later on even now, one wouldn't think that what kind of a fallow ground was lying there. It has become a very flourishing garden. It has enhanced the greenery. Apart from the zoological benefits of it, has become an asset, and it is giving our students a kind of park or a square-like feeling. And it is kept extremely clean because the butterfly culture is still going on. It was much appreciated. Then also, another thing, now this was happening in Lady Bribon College. Doesn't matter that I do not have the space for a butterfly garden. You have something that you have to recognize. It is there. It has to be there in some form or the other. We didn't think that a major research project could be transformed into a best practice. We certainly did not think. A major research project is a major research project. You complete the data finding, you analyze, you submit, you give all the UCs and everything, and that's done and gone. No, it wasn't like that at all. It was a complete transformation. The other thing, Lady Brabant, as I told you, has a college hostel, and just behind our campus, you probably know that we have an extensive underprivileged dwellings in the form of the Beniapukur hutments. From time immemorial, as just a kind of social responsibility, when the processes of NAAC, etc., were not even known, the underprivileged children of that community, our hostelites had set up a practice of setting up a small night school, primary teaching, the 3 hours, and giving them a little tiffin out of their savings and all that. Over the years, all the principals nourished that. And today we call it a night school. So we thought, why don't we give this as one of our best practices? And we did that. I think Vidyasagar College for Women has got certain things which are hidden, which just have to be discovered, and which is not there in any college, and which is a very sustainable activity. So please look for them. Please look for them. You have them. And the looking is one part of the job. Showcasing is another part of the job. From looking, finding to showcasing, from raw data to finished data, you become completely NAAC worthy at that time. Okay. In the case of student support and progression, one of the biggest hurdles I think colleges like us have to face is the progression part. We don't seem to have enough data. We were advised, I'm just sharing that, if that is of any help to the IQAC, that as soon as the first years come in, let them settle down into a settled group. When they register for their first semester examination, they ought to be enrolled in the IQAC database. And if you have a kind of career counseling unit or something, this IQAC data will pass on to that particular unit. And so you have two parallel databases for these settled group, the register student. Now, what will this suffice? A, their progression. Now, you don't have to, when the time comes for preparing the SSR, you don't have to go from department to department. All you have to do is how many have, migrated or dropped out. So the subtraction will take place. How to keep track of them? There has to be, at least when they reach their 5th semester and 6th semester, you have to, by that time, set up a system of mentoring. This is very important because you have it already. I'm sure I didn't, since I was not fortunate enough to hear all the presentation. Student service satisfaction is one part of the job, but mentoring is another part of the job. They need data for mentoring. They also need data for student satisfaction survey. For SSR and for AQAR, the two are not the same. SSR, I'm not going to comment because it was commented by Professor Sharma. But AQAR student satisfaction is your job. You then, on the basis of what do? You just give a questionnaire, there you NAAC, you will send the questionnaire when you're doing the SSR, student service satisfaction, SSS. But when you're doing the AQAR, you have to have a series of mentoring. Mentoring is not necessarily only counseling. You listen more and you reform less. As teachers, we are constantly telling them not to do this and not to do that and how to do that best. It comes naturally to us. No, listen to them. Listen to them. They will identify the areas that they want to identify. Yeah, of course, they're young, their expressions may be a little intense. You try to talk to them. Now, what are you getting from there? Your enrolled students, you are learning by the time they've come to 5th semester, they've already formed a comprehensive view of the college. So, from the mentoring, you will assess what their aptitudes are, what they're like to do, let's say after the 6th semester. They will share with you. If they're going to share with you their outlook of the college, they will also share with you, if you allow them to speak enough, they will share with you the directions that they want to go. You have to set up that relationship, which is already there by the time you come to the 5th semester. And I think every teacher present here, including myself, we know what kind of bonding we have with our students by the time they come to 3rd year, which is the 5th semester. So we will at least have some idea. Again, obviously I'm giving an idealistic picture, but it's more or less, you will have an idea of their aptitude, because throughout, it's not enough just to see their academic activities. It is quite possible one of your students may not want to pursue higher academics. They may want to branch out into something vocational. By the time, if you have a good mentoring system in place, it is possible that your database will become, you can have an aptitude column. And from there, if you follow up, the success rate is not going to be 100% in the follow-up when they graduate and go away. If you even have a 45% or 40% success rate in getting in touch, that have you followed up your aptitude? Tumi ki oitai korcho? Are you doing that? Or have you branched off into something else? You will get some return emails. And your student progression, if they're, ma'am, I'm doing masters. Ma'am, I have branched off into some vocational training. I'm telling you 40 to 45%, but to get those 40 to 45%, my colleagues, you'll have to make that effort. Now you've got two parallel databases. In case you don't have, since we have a career counseling cell, we have some counseling drives throughout. And the same people who are enrolled in IQAC from the first year, of course, being updated as they progress, the same database being there, the area counseling people also know whom to call according to the aptitude. So linking up criterion to mentoring and student survey satisfaction for AQAR is going to be done that way. In AQAR, the SSS is your job. You have to, there is a questionnaire, but you have to prepare reports and actually give reports. The actual reports that the students have given, and then action taken, whatever action has been taken. And while you are doing this, you can also prepare the database, as I just now explained, on actual progression mapping. This is progression mapping because being an undergraduate college, you cannot always know for every student where they are going and what they're doing. But at least 45% of students to 50%, you will have a better data if you follow this kind of a procedure. Our intention is always to go towards better and more comprehensive data. The goal just moves further and further, but we should not try and stagnate anywhere. So this is one area, one of the areas, best practices. One is the difficulties that we face. Best practices then, just to sum up, you look into the heart of your college. You have best practices, indeed unique things, which Vidyasagar College for Women has, no other college has. You don't have to cultivate a best practice of X, Y, or Z college. Find it from your own college. It is there. And student progression data, how to achieve that. I have given you one kind of solution that we are trying. Again, success rate definitely is not 100%, but if you persevere, and that's why the IQAC is there, perseverance is, I suppose, its most challenging task. You have to be at it. So you have to have a system of mentoring, connect it up with enrollment of student in IQAC database, get hold of as much of aptitude understanding through the mentoring station, and from there follow up on the database as they graduate along. It's not so easy if you don't know anything about them to just ring up after they have graduated or send a mail. You will get no response. You won't get any response. But if the faculty remembers their aptitude in college, they will be more eager. Ma'am, actually, we didn't go for that. I went for something else. But you recalled my interest. So that gives a better response. And at the same time, you are also accumulating your mentoring data. I think teaching, learning, evaluation, I don't have to comment on it. There was some talk about consultancy, and there was this anxiety by the previous speaker that undergraduate colleges, well, what is consultancy that we do not have enough data for it? In fact, often we don't. But consultancy is something that if your expertise, any of the faculty members' expertise is used elsewhere and you generate resource, not individually, something which comes to the college. Maybe you have offered in an exchange program, you have offered your expertise somewhere, and in return for that, a modest asset is given to your college, then that can only be shown as consultancy. To be a resource person elsewhere is not consultancy. It is indeed a little difficult as far as undergraduate colleges are concerned. Now, where you have in universities and as was said in autonomous colleges, you have substantial technical departments. Now, technical departments often spread know-how, etc. That kind of thing is done. Then also the kind of extension programs, one was suggested, for instance, it was suggested to our Department of Zoology that if you just go to field trips and you come back, that is curricular activity. That is not extension program. So what is that thing? So, for instance, they said it's our zoology department had visited poultry, to learn hands-on about poultry farming, which is there in the syllabus. So we were advised that, you make the visit to the chosen poultry farm and you study the extant situation. Then you come back and that's to the students under the guidance of a teacher, you try to improve the processes of the farm that you have already seen. Maybe in a modest scale. Now, it might sound very, very idealistic and ambitious, but it's not that. So that is the quality of feed. You take it as a project, a small project, that how to improve the quality of feed and without increasing too much of a cost. This know-how you pass on to that farm, and then you continue studying. Then sometime later, you make another visit which serves dual purpose. One, it is part of your curricular activity, and you take readings that if the health of the specimens have been better and that there had not too many diseases or cosmetic. Again, it seems that we've got such a full syllabus, how we are going to do it. It's very all right to stand on a podium and talk and show colorful pictures and go away. Doesn't translate into action. I was fortunate enough to talk to Madam Principal in her office, and I was trying to share, and Madam Principal, I think, agreed with me, that the design of the SSR is not college specific. It is not done for Lady Brabant College. It is done in an all India scale. And kindly never think that it's not done for my college. No, it's not done for your college. And don't look at it with a sense of injured or hurt feeling that they are not paying attention to my college. They don't know. No, they don't know. Absolutely right. That's your job. Make them know. Using that same tool. How? Instead of trying to fight the criterions, try to work the criterions as much as practicable towards your favor. We do not have to give 100 on 100, which is in any case not a realistic figure. Our attempt is, if we have got 50 to go into 55, 55 to 60, 60 to 65, because what are we doing ultimately? We are not competing with other colleges. That's not what NAAC is all about. You're competing with yourself. If you get this perspective correct, then I think our level of anger and injury might just go down a little bit. Okay? The design is they have studied all kinds of colleges, and that's why they do have a peer team visit till now in place. You have told them certain things about your college, certain other areas, remains a little unreachable. But when they do come to, they are going to match and see your college just as your college. You believe me, there is a great deal of fairness still in the peer team visit. They are exclusive. They're not going to compare. They never do. They will only compare you with your own SSR. Nothing more, nothing less. You all know this, so I'm not going to go into this, that what happens after the DVV. I just want to, if I can, talk a little bit about the DVV. This is indeed a completely impersonal process, and it's a quantifying process. I personally do not feel, and I'm sure my colleagues there also will share this, educational institutions are not corporate entities even corporate entities cannot be reduced to figures. But the figuration, if you look at the databases closely, the figurative representations deal with enrollment, deal with, where you have infrastructure, deal with the kind of resources that a particular college has or has not, that sort of thing. But there is no attempt to reduce the spiritual quality of the college, because there is enough scope still in the SSR to write longish, descriptive, but focused paragraphs. Almost every criterion has got 500-word expositions, if I may say so. There is also such a thing as executive report. We may think nobody is reading it, but we shouldn't think. The whole of the SSR goes under the DVV. So why should we assume that they are only looking at the numerical figures and not that is not scanned? Of course it is scanned. And your spirit of the college plus the quantifying, they're both being assessed indeed. And if you like, a mechanical, I don't know, that is absolutely not, because it's digital, so one shouldn't call it mechanical, but that way. And indeed it is 70%, but there again I remind you, the first and the second NAAC, the first NAAC, there was nothing called the DV. In the second cycle that we did, the first one that we did was in 2006, the second one we did in 2014. Format had sea change, but nowhere was the DVV there. However, one thing was there. In the second one, you had to upload your entire SSR for a month, and that would be visible to all stakeholders. If any stakeholder had any, that could be parent community, that could be alumni community, that could be the administrative fraternity. If they had any reservations, you will not qualify. That's quite a serious thing. But you didn't have the DV. What you did have, however, the SSR was always 70%. Maximum weightage. So we all knew if our report was as foolproof pertaining to our college. It's unfortunate, but I have had the experience that somewhere we have the mindset, oh, pore kono labh nei, ota hobe na. It's futile to attempt, because this matrix is simply not possible for us to understand. If it is complete, you can opt out of certain matrix that is there. If there is something that is indeed cannot be answered in any satisfactory way, there's a restriction to as much as you can opt out, but you can opt out. We did opt out. But then that doesn't mean that you opt out of all metrics. Obviously you can't. So, and I sincerely believe also, with some experience that I have had, that we do not know how to look at our colleges. We look at our colleges properly, we have answers for all the metrics. We shouldn't be looking at our college from another college's point of view. That is something that we have to learn, and learn very fast, because that is the thing of NAAC. Now, I come to this part, which I think is what I wanted to emphasize. What is data? Facts, statistics used for reference or analysis, numbers, characters, symbols, images, etc., which can be processed by a computer. Data must be interpreted. So data as data is inert and meaningless. The main thing, you've got two major areas of interpretation. The questions of the metrics, they look very simple English. And indeed they are. But that simple English is telling you about something. You have to catch what it wants from your college. And data is existent. Every institution has got data, but you have to recognize data as data and data as such. Unless you give it the recognition and thereafter the analysis, it is inert. Data is essentially no frills information. Again, we do have a sense of flourish. To add, if we can't add flourish, then we don't know what to write. No, that's not data. Data has to be statements, clear, precise statements of information, other than numerical data. You don't have to justify and explain the data in the data. We don't have this because so and so. No. You just have to make the statement as precise, focused, and informative. So factual information used as the basis of reasoning, discussion, calculation, and of course, decision making. That is the most important part of it. Data is existent in raw form in any HER. And I have tried to give some example. Student data at the entry level. Each institution has it. That is the raw data. Student data during exam processes. From our previously, the system that we had keeping our departmental ledgers, some of which got very tattered by the end of the day or so, and now escalating into our computerized format. We have those things. Basic faculty data was always there. Data of fund received or generated. Library purchase data of any kind. They are all there. What was missing then is that they were not structured according to metrics. So if your raw data is there, structuring is indeed a backbreaking job, but it is not impossible. But if your raw data is not there at all in any form, then the structuring becomes impossible. So do not think that we do not have anything. We have, except that it is not structured. This is the data awareness curve. As you can see from, if you go from the bottom of the screen upwards, I don't care, data resistant. Now the faculty has to hold each other's hands. It cannot, because the IQAC is not an isolated body. You have a beautiful office, I saw. Certain beautiful people in an exclusive room behind the glass cable. The IQAC is all of you. Each one of you. The system, there is a structure of IQAC that you follow very well. You know, they have who to take and who not to take and whatever and all that. But the IQAC, when it does any quality initiative, should co-opt. It should be fluid, flexible. There will be the core structure, but there has to be always that inter-exchange. In their capacity, all departmental heads, whether they're technically inside or outside, are all IQs. This is not by strict NAAC definition. This is speaking from experience. And any member at any point of time in any quality initiative will come in. So if we are part of the college, we can't say, I don't care. I'm a name. I don't have it. It just doesn't work that way. If you are there, then think of yourself as extended IQAC. So the IQAC has to bother about data. How can the IQAC bother about data if the data is not generated and kept, let's say at a departmental level, because we are mostly thinking of academic data, but also at the administrative. And these are overlapping. Academic administration and whatever we do in this college is academic administration as such. Even if you are installing your lift, it is a facility to better equip your college. And the college is for our primary stakeholders. We are not coming here to do our degree. The second state is data aware. I think you will be going for your third cycle. So I think this is a college which is already data aware. We don't take photographs now, we take geotagged photographs. So you are no longer at all in the I don't care stage. You have definitely become data aware and data sharp, if I could have used one more step there. Data guided. I think that's also very important. Data guided. Your mental, when you go through these processes, you become oriented. Maybe in a hurry, my colleague may say, this is the figure I have got. You can just put it in the portal. So the other colleague will warn him or her, no. We must have the backup document. Nobody is distrusting the figure, but we have to have the backup document. You know, sometimes we are adding up numbers and say, we've scribbled, and here it is. We have it. The raw data is there, but never submit anything near to the portal also, not SSR, any data portal. We have the IC data also, the DCF data. So if the deadline is coming, X department hasn't provided such and such thing. Oh, last minute it has come, so we add up to the number that is there. No, the head of the department has to give the signed sheet where that data has been authenticated. On this note, I think we can, the AQAR, Professor Shah was saying, and I think a question was put up, I think Pradipta put up a question or something. Pradipta, you said that 2017-18, 18-19, you've already submitted the AQAR, right? Am I right? 19-20. Now, I'm just sharing with you, I'm sure you've done it there. We were supposed to go for NAAC in 2020. I mean, 19 would have been the last year. But obviously, because of COVID, we got plunged in the middle. We had also submitted our AQARs. 15-16, 16-17, 17-18, 18-19. But the point is, when we, in 19 itself, 2017 onwards, there has been a tremendous change of formatting and perception in NAAC, which I'm sure those working very closely know. And there have been 3 format changes already. So when we opened our AQAR portal, in somewhere at the end of 2019, we didn't know that COVID was going to be, then we were hearing about Wuhan only at that point of time. They said that from 112020, that format is going to be the valid format. So we wrote a letter. It was advised by Professor Shah that you write a letter, actually we, to NAAC. No answers came. So we had to take a call because the AQAR format was the 1120 format, which had nothing to do with, certainly 15-16 was ancient story. So since the letter was there, it was on record, but we didn't take any risk. We reformatted all of that to 1120. If an answer would have come, I mean, the decision is that, then okay, that yeah. Okay. And let me tell you, now the AQAR process is like this. I'm sharing, maybe you know it, but just I'm sharing because this was something that we did. This was in 2020. We were all in different places and working virtually, okay? 15-16 reformatted. They didn't ask any question, approved. 16-17 reformatted, didn't ask any question, approved. That the crossroad, the 17-18, that was the first DVV that we faced. We didn't know that the AQAR DVV had to be faced that way. And they asked us curricular aspect, PO, PSO for 17-18. So there was no concept of POPSO in those years. So we had to do all of it. We devised it, we did it, we gave it. After, I just mentioned one matrix, I think there were about around 10 metrics. And that was submitted and it got approved. 18, 19, fewer, but the questions came, then approved. 1920, approved straight away. But all now that's why I thought, I'm glad I listened to Professor Shaha's debate. What he was suggesting, and rightly so, now if you have everything in the correct format, indeed it is a mini SSR. So, but the catch is there, your 5-year SSR, there should not be any deviation from the AQARs. That is indeed a challenge to the IQAC. Wherein lies the challenge? I am talking about our college. 15, 16, the data that was submitted, accepted. Now, they didn't answer our question, so we reformatted it. The reformatting, at the first one, there's such a sea change, there has to be a deviation. So your task would be to minimize that deviation, minimize. Because they allow a 10% data deviation. They do. I just thought that since I heard it, I would just share it with the house, okay? So data guided, data savvy. Okay, I don't know whether any of us have reached the data savvy stage, but that's our aim, actually. But it's nice to see in my college, everybody running helter-skelter. No, not ordinary photograph. Geotag. Where's the geotag from? That's data savvy. I'm sure it couldn't be geotag photo. That consciousness, don't you think from where to where you have come? That in itself is an encouragement. We may be cynical, but actually we've grown.
These days we are taking on geotag pictures. Even some of the girls have downloaded that app. And at home someday I was saying, so my son said, God, what are you people doing? I said,
And Paridhi, if I may just I will tell you, immediately as a program is done, report writing. It's got consciousness, our younger teachers, report writing, Indranidhi, should we send it to the IQAC? I mean, yeah, of course, I told you have to. I mean, so, and we have this junior as I was very jealously protecting my AQAR team, but my principal said, listen, AQAR, DCF, okay, you take care. Now we have another tiny data team now. So the data team for all the other, because there is Bisho Bangla, isn't it, that portal? All portal data for certain metrics have to be there. And on this, may I say, this is criterion 6, IQAC, the IQAC criterion, which naturally is obviously a pet for, I think, all of you. There, one of the metrics is that do you have ERP solutions? Now, when I first heard it, it could be Greek to me. Enterprise Resource Planning Solutions. Here, what is your enterprise? Your entire HEI is your enterprise. How do you plan and manage the resources best? There are softwares for colleges, which you have to customize. I mean, that's what NAAC wants. So you have to go ultimately. So then what will happen? All your various databases, the deviation factor will become reduced because there will be integrated data. That's all it means. ERP solution is integrated databases. So when you are talking about student enrollment, say you have to see DCF, you have to see AQAR, you have to see NIRF, you have to see SSR. There, it will bring together. And then you will say, oh, AQAR, I said it, let's say 5, it should have been 6 because all the others say 6. Okay, where was I wrong? There you have to have your backup document in your IQAC office. From the time that you have prepared that particular business. So this, now, it's very difficult. But then we haven't reached the data savvy stage. Nobody said you have. These are the stages that you have to reach. Nobody said. But I think we are already data guided to data savvy. I'm sure we are there. We are there. And then data driven. That, of course, if you read data driven, then what are we doing sitting over here having the seminar? We shouldn't be having the seminar. Yeah. I think the advantages of analysis is very true. And especially from the point of view of the institutional head, it's very, very necessary. And they appreciate that, I think, the most. Introspection. As told you, look into your colleges. And we wouldn't, the head of the institution has to introspect. But all of us, if we do, we'll just help him or her. If she requires or he requires our input, we should give it to him or her in the informed way, not just random and opinion giving. That doesn't help the head of the institution at all. Individual opinions don't matter. Identifying soft areas, each one of us have soft areas. Because from the soft areas, post-NAAC, your activities should begin. If you don't know your soft areas, then how will you address those soft areas and build up your next set of activities? Because those that you have scored very well and strong, you need not go on pushing only those sectors. You have to push those sectors which have made you a little uneven. How do you get hold of that? Unless you analyze your data. And that's why data is important. Modifying extent strategies and planning necessary changes. Each individual institution has got many good systems in place, but soft areas require more thrust in certain. If you do not have data analysis, you will not reach that stage. And lastly, of course, informed decision making. On the other side of the slide, analysis leads to exposed trends. Example, rise and fall in number of admitted students, dropout rates, success rate in examination, identifying advanced and slow learners. Naturally, these are some of the very obvious ones. You've looked at this with, these templates with Professor Shah. The file description, this part, it's very minuscule, but the file description, every matrix has got this last one. Any additional information. Sometimes they tell you, but when they give you any additional information, you have a flexibility. If relating to this particular, this is 1.2.1, percentage of programs in which choice-based credit system, elective course system has been implemented. So here, any additional information, if you are, for instance, offering, like the CBCS has got, if you are offering for a particular subject, more options, more DSC papers, then kindly mention that in additional informations. That will give you an extra flip that maybe another college is offering just one DSC, whereas you are offering maybe more than one DSC. That kind of thing comes under additional information. Because minutes of relevant academic council, BOS meetings, institutional data, data template is there. So those, they have told you. But if they don't tell you anything, don't ignore the additional information. Try to think that whether I do have some additional information. If any of your faculty members are part of the university BOS, so naturally they are involved in design and curricular planning. As such, as a faculty, we are an affiliated college, all of us. So we don't actually go. But before saying no, please see if any of the colleagues are part of any board of studies, because they definitely, then you will have some data from them in what kind of planning. But otherwise, in affiliated colleges, this is not going to, and this is just an example of a data template. In every matrix, more or less, there is a data SSR body, and there's this tag-along templates. The templates are very precise. Percentage of program in which choice-based credit system has been implemented, which is all the programs. Program code. So you see, you've got to be very precise. You have to give the particular code from that main syllabus. Program name, year of introduction, status of implementation of CBCs. Now, this is an easy part because that's why I chose it. But suppose if I come to the criterion 6, which is the IQAC criterion, and they are asking about these ERP solutions, for instance, they actually ask the name of the vendor. I mean, whether you have actually gone for ERP solutions. Now, what did we do? We didn't have ERP solutions, not for this third cycle. We are setting up meetings and, talking with vendors. But if you say that, do you have an integrated system in place? No, we don't. But we have different databases also. So what did we do? For instance, our salaries are all through WBIFMS, right? So obviously we are part of that integrated data system. Incidentally, we scored okay in the metrics. So we gave the vendor and we gave that explanation in the body that why we have given that. So one was that, of course, our computer maintenance and all that, all the vendor details had to be given, exact details in the data template. So it's not enough to say that, just the name of the vendor. No. And you have to upload the documents, the contract documents, to prove that the contract documents had to be uploaded. See, segregated databases, but whoever was maintaining that, the contract documents had to be uploaded. The way out for this is to work towards ERP solutions. And if any college is able to adopt ERP solutions, autonomous colleges have done it. So ERP solutions, then ERP solution, that particular vendor and the contract form will be sufficient. I think it's $1 million question. Why go for NAAC? Because definitely ancient people like me, when we had the lofty ideas of going to college, I being from the Department of English and teaching Shakespeare and feeling very nice about it and floating back home. And of course, telling my students what to do and what not to do. Mostly what not to do, actually. The other side of the chair. And then all these came along. And we felt very sorry for ourselves. One thing I can say, again, referring to Lady Brabant College, we've got 19 departments and we've got physics, chemistry, mathematics, statistics, microbiology, zoology, botany, chemistry. So many science-based subjects. The funding that is received, and we are fully government college, you all know us. The funding that is received, if we are only based on that, the labs will simply stop running. And the IT system will also degenerate. I think we started off with around 10 or 12 computers. I think we have got, at this point of time, 365 computers. This growth didn't come free. So, and the constant enhancing, I think the term is MBPS, the constant enhancing of the speed of the internet. The website is growing because evaluation system expects that the website should be constantly uploaded with whatever you're doing. So to carry this load, we have to upgrade the server. I mean, in phases. So where do you get the money from? Unless you provide your data, just as you are doing your major and minor research projects, you have to give them all the proof of your project. Isn't that correct? The funding that comes to you in phases, you have to give UCs all the time. But we don't mind that, do you? Because it is directly linked to your academic achievements and your talents, which is being showcased in terms of your thesis. So showcase your college, please. That's all. Give it its major research project. Because then it is going to flourish. And for whom? For these very beautiful girls who were looking after me right from when I entered the gate. When you look at their faces, still today, and because I'm nearing the exit point, one of the high points still is that I have a fresh batch to teach every year. But then teaching cannot be done in a vacuum. I was talking about the labs. What about your library? It needs to be enhanced. The library has to be digitized and is constantly being digitized in all colleges. So the head of the institution is indeed all the time juggling with finances. And this finances is not for anything else. You cannot do your major and minor research project without the granting of the funds. We cannot do any seminar without some kind of sponsorship. So NAAC is simply wanting us to show our college so that it can receive the grants it deserves. If we look at it that way, it seems absolutely justified. Not annoying or irritating at all. Okay, I think that's enough. I would be boring you further. So, the last gesture, Vishun Dapan. Namaskar and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone have any question?
Am I audible? Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for your nice presentation and encouraging us to go for NAAC, because we always feel that, oh my God, so much of things to be done. But what is the difference? I have a question: is what is the difference between this best practice and distinctiveness, which we have in criteria 7? Distinctiveness থেকে আমরা কোনটা কোথায় বসাবো? Yes, ma'am.
I'll try. Best practices is a sustainable and continuous system that you make. I think I gave the example of the night school. The night school is not just a one-time activity that's done and gone. Okay. So it's kind of going on and on and on. And it is best in the sense, it is productive in not necessarily in an academic sense, but in a holistic sense. When I say institutional distinctiveness, let's say, I'm sure this college has something which I am not at all aware of, this particular college. Day-2 College was begun to disseminate education to the then minority community, marginalized as far as women's education is concerned in the early 20th century, still in the 20th century, even now to some extent. That is to say, our Islamic sisters. Okay. The distinctiveness of this institution is for us, and that is exactly how we have showcased it, that the curve from the beginning, that
There is no concept of any minority community anymore in the AQAR College. They have progressed to the mainstream, flourished in the mainstream, and yet remained absolutely true to their culture, so that which has become part of the culture of Lady Bhuvan College, which is a unique identity of Lady Bhuvan College. That is its institutional distinctiveness. Now, when I am sitting in a college which is named after Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, I don't know too much about this college, which is my misfortune, but I am sure somewhere there is some sort of a spiritual integrity of character in this college, which is disseminated in the students over the years, unique to this college, if the college has to express and identify and show us in that. That would be an distinctiveness is an eternal quality that your institution will have for all times. Part of its vision, its mission, its motto. That is the institution. As far as I.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very, very interesting and informative session. We really intended to do. We are grateful to you for this session. You have sufficiently vetted our appetite and left us happy for more, actually. I wish we could continue our talk for another 1 hour or so. But then somewhere we have to stop. So we have to, end the session. But then, because Shruti Shmutati from Day-2 College, she talked about best practices and the difference between the two best practices and institutional distinctiveness. And since you are mentioning about Vidyasagar College for Women, Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, so what happens every year, we celebrate Vidyasagar's birth anniversary. So this is a practice which has been going for many years. Last year we celebrated Vidyasagar bicentenary. So and this year also we had a year-long bicentenary celebration. So this year also we have celebrated Vidyasagar birth anniversary. And what we do is this is a kind of inter-college competition. We invite students from other colleges to participate in essay, song, debate, dance competition, and then we have a Vidyasagar memorial lecture by a distinguished or eminent personality. So this is how we celebrate Vidyasagar's birth anniversary, to pay tribute and homage to Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. And this has been, we have been doing it for many years. Now, if we have mentioned this as one of our best practice one, in say one academic year of AQAR, are we in a position to repeat this best practice? No.
Because Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar is such a multifaceted personality. Again, I'm very lucky, but his role in uplifting the woman, if you can do some kind of quality initiative which will be sustainable, my colleague just now asked me about institutional distinctiveness. This is forever, because college for women is itself that distinctive identity, but with the values of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, a man of such vision and progress, for whom no limit was set for the woman's flowering. If that is taken as a kind of extended social responsibility by this institution, academic dissemination is fine, but suppose you extend this a little further and you establish it as a system, that would definitely be the institutional distinctiveness that will be carried on. Is it 7.1.0? 1.1.0. You know, I think it's moving, especially if you have the right square. And you have to write, if possible, if this can be, I think this can be done very well. And in fact, we can, this is a kind of a continuity. So just look back a little bit to the activities of your college. You can gather them together and put them under this so-called institutional distinctiveness as a kind of inspiration of building of women as per Ishwar Chandra's
belief and vision, which you have been doing, except that it hasn't been possibly put together. And extend this further in whatever you can, way you can. Maybe the current students from there, if you can, adopt maybe some kind of women's social institution and give whatever you can, a modest kind of thing, or participate or bring them over and participate in some kind of thing and make it a continuous process. You think it over, I think it can be a very, very distinctive, because not every institution has the good fortune of the mentoring figure of Vidyasagar College. That mentoring figure so valuable in today's world. And whatever you mentioned, this celebration, that definitely is your institutional character. I mean, it's not a distinctiveness, because you are named after Vidyasagar, so he will always be that defining figure whom you have to remember again and again and again, and of course make sensitive your current batch of students who are very young and may not have the live exposure, which just a little history book exposure, that's not enough. So that is definitely going to be, you have in I think Criterion 7 itself, what the distinctive days that you celebrate. This will be part of that always. For all AQAs. Always. For all AQAs. You have mentioned this in best practice. No, one is nothing wrong in that. But for all AQAs, this will be a part of that capability. Oh yes. It will be part of it. This is what I can just and previously, before the COVID years, we used to have sessions with the girls, asking them, the girl students, whatever problems they have, not to keep it internal, just to share it with us in case we could give them some assistance, some backup from the college. And previously, the students have shared a lot. They have lots of problems at the home front, and there are various other issues also. And we have tried to solve them. Can we put this in the best practice? Like, we can further go back to that. এটা হচ্ছে যে এইটা আপনাদের একটা স্ট্যান্ডিং প্র্যাকটিস করে, আপনাদের বলে না, মানে এটা প্রত্যেক কলেজে একটু সেন্সিটিভ হতেই হবে। আপনারা এটা অলরেডি একটা করে দিয়েছেন, এটা যদি কন্টিনিউ করে ফেলা যায়, এটা আপনাদের যে একাডেমিক ক্যালেন্ডারে, মানে আমি আমাদের ভাইস প্রিন্সিপালকে আবারও সেদিন মনে করিয়ে দিলাম, আমাদের এগুলো হয়, আমরা রেকর্ড রাখি সেই আর একাডেমিক ক্যালেন্ডার মধ্যে একটু যদি কারেন্টলি দিয়ে দেন, আপনি স্পেসিফাই করবেন না, কারণ আপনার কলেজে ঠিক কোন সময় আপনি মেন্টরিং সেশনস গুলো করতে পারবেন সেটা তো আপনি আগে থেকে সবকিছু নির্ধারিত করবেন না, কিন্তু একাডেমিক ক্যালেন্ডারে এমন একটা ডকুমেন্ট যাকে মেনশন করবেন স্টুডেন্ট মেন্টরিং সেশনস, পাশে হয়তো আমরা লিখে দিতে পারি যে will be notified in time, মানে কিন্তু সেটা রাখা উচিত। এবং এই মেন্টরিং সেশন গুলো কিন্তু মানে এটা ঠিক বেস্ট প্র্যাকটিস হিসেবে ওরা না আমাদের জায়গা করে দিয়েছে, প্রবলেম হয়ে গেছে যে সেখানে ওই ক্রাইটেরিয়া থ্রুতে ওই আমি এটা হয়তো একটু ভিডিও বলেছি, এসএসএস একটা করতে হবে, কলেজ কি করতে হবে, বড় রিপোর্টটাতে যেমন ওরা ওদেরকে কোয়েশ্চেনের পাঠিয়ে দেওয়া হলো, ওরা একটা এক্ষেত্রে ওরা তো মেইল করবে এবং ওই 320% অ্যামাউন্ট দেয়, কিন্তু ওখানে একটা মেইনটেনিং যে ডেফিনিশনটা দিয়েছে সেটা হচ্ছে আপনি ঠিক যেটা বলছেন, এই যে রিচিং আউট অ্যান্ড দে রিচিং ব্যাক ইন লটস অফ আদার আসপেক্টস। আমি বলছিলাম যে মানে ইনস্টিটিউশনাল ডিস্টিংটিভনেস বিদ্যাসাগরকে মাথায় রেখে একটু বোধহয় মানে ইন্টারনাল অ্যান্ড এক্সটার্নাল মিলে, মানে ইন্টারনাল বলতে আমাদের যারা ছাত্রীরা পড়ছে এবং সেই ছাত্রীদের মধ্যে যদি আরো একটু এক্সটেনশন অ্যাক্টিভিটির সঙ্গে যোগ করে দেওয়া যায়, কারণ বিদ্যাসাগরের সঙ্গে সব কলেজের নাম মোটে জড়িয়ে এবং তার যে সেটা একটা এই ছাত্রীরা বেরিয়ে চলে গেল, ঠিক আছে চলে গেল, আবার যারা আসবে তারা ওই প্র্যাকটিসটা দেখে ঢুকে যাবে। বাকি এটা যদি একটু সোশ্যাল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি হিসেবে একটা নেওয়া যায়, কারণ ওর যে ভিশনটা এই সোশ্যাল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি ছাড়া হতেই পারে, সেটা আমরা খুব কমও করতে পারি, খুব ছোট জায়গা থেকে বড় করা যেতে পারে। সেরকম জিনিসগুলো একটু এই কলেজটা মানে নিশ্চয়ই ভাবতে পারে, কারণ এই মেন্টারিং ও জানে না। আপনি যেটা বলেন এটা অবশ্যই এসেনশিয়াল, এটা না এবার আমাদের একাডেমিক ক্যালেন্ডারে সব কলেজে নিয়েছে, এবারে তো নেই একাডেমিক ক্যালেন্ডারে। আমি অনুরোধ করেছি যে এবারে একাডেমিক ক্যালেন্ডারে, ঠিক আছে কবে কবে সেটা দেখতে হবে, কারণ অন্যান্য অ্যাক্টিভিটির সঙ্গে ম্যাচ করে করতে হবে, কিন্তু এটা প্রত্যেককে রিপোর্ট দিতে হয়। আর ওই যেটা প্রফেসর সাহার কন্টিনিউ করে আমি একটু জাস্ট অ্যাড করছি, যে প্রসঙ্গিক কথা হচ্ছে, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য থিং দ্যাট student service satisfaction, we have to be very careful. We talked about counseling. It is not counseling. SS for SSR, you have to give them a little bit of leeway. Because at the poster they have given, which that poster is very much there in the NAAC website, where the IQAC coordinators reference and number is there, and it has to be displayed in the college, preferably near the IQAC office, in the principal secretary's office, at least before NAAC visit. I mean, they didn't say before NAAC visit, they said for all times. Now, they are the IQAC coordinators, phone number, mobile, and email IDs all there. If that student has not found any satisfactory action after the mentoring or whatever, they can directly report to NAAC. I mean, the IQAC coordinator also has not responded. So there, NAAC, if you make them sit down in a room and with a questionnaire to be submitted there, that you shouldn't write this or shouldn't write that, I don't think we should take that risk. Better we use the mentoring sessions which are allowed by NAAC. একটা বোধহয় তোমার 2.3.2, একটা বোধহয় 2.3.4 ওরকম একটা কিছু, 2.3.1 ওরকম একটা। ওই মেন্টরিং যেটা সেটা কিন্তু ওই অলরেডি বললেন সেম স্পিরিটে, দ্যাট ইন্টারাকশন, and when you listen to them, your SSS is going to be good. ওটা প্যারালেলি একটা এফেক্ট করেছে, এই এফেক্টে ওটা দেখবে। কিন্তু আমরা যদি বসে শোনো এইভাবে, কিন্তু তোমরা আনসার করবে, বলে যে এটা লিখো না, leading them is not good. They are very conscious girls, they have their self-respect and they would like to express themselves. So if we continuously have the mentoring sessions, the expression immediately becomes, they feel confident that okay, you are listening to us, good. And indeed you have to go to the principal and give her the report. Immediately she will take action, whichever action it is. Say a water cooler has broken down for quite some time. A particular toilet is not functioning. Some female hygiene issues may be related to that. You listen, the teachers have listened, and ma'am has known. Immediately they feel assured because action will take place, and they become very quick towards the other soft spots of the college. নিজে থেকেই হয়েছে, আমাদের একটু সত্যি, আমরা বেশিরভাগ সময় সত্যিই কিন্তু একটু বস্তু আমাদেরও আছে, আমাদেরকে একটু মানতে হবে। আমরা পড়াশোনাকে খুব জোরে দেখতে পারি, কিন্তু অ্যান্সিলারি অ্যাক্টিভিটিস ওদের প্রত্যেক দিনের। The other day a girl told me, a very beautiful, very looking girl from my MH, she hadn't come to class and I just told her that don't miss this lesson. So she said, I was not well. So I said, Piano. Now she said that the gap between the lunch, so lunch is stopped pretty early because before they come to college, then they go back and they get a tiffin. But in between, because she has an gastritis problem, she didn't know what to. She stays in a hostel. So She can't bring any tiffin in that sense. So she told me, before she told me, I understood. She told me that I can't, we got 4 canteens. It's not that we don't have, but she said that the kind of food that is there in the, kind of food, the typical kind of food that you have in the canteen, and which is most girls like rolls and sauce. So she said, I can't have that. I can't have that. So I said, Kahari, why don't you tell the hostel superintendent and matron that you must have a substantial, some nutritious food immediately as you go back from college before they even serve the tea. Have a cup of Horlicks. I said that don't wrinkle your nose. I also don't like having Horlicks, but in that time, then she told me, and this is the issue, that we can't have hot water at any point. But not whenever you feel like having hot water. So I said that you make up your local guardian, you give a bill, it will be forwarded, and you have a thermos class. You will ask the kitchen people that for you, this happens, this can happen. So this is, as soon as this listening was done and some solution was given, and immediately I know that if this girl was contacted for student satisfaction survey, she will give good report for the college in other districts.
And you know, there is a gap also, because during my times also, আমিও হস্টেলে থাকি, but we had small promises. সকালে যখন জল দিত, সকালে একবার খেয়ে নিয়ে ওটাতে রাখতে থাকবো, in case I need later.
দিদি, এরা মাঝে কেমন করে ছেলে মানুষ অনেক, আমরা কিন্তু যদি জন্মেই বড় হয়ে গিয়েছিলাম ওদের সামনে। ওর একজন অনেক আগে একটা physics selectively, she was very tense about her examination, long time back, and then she became very ill. So all of us rushed to the college. The principal was so concerned and helped us. I mean, belonging to the hostel also we had. What she had done in her empty stomach, she had taken 2 acids. So you see, this is another side of the story. My only thing is that it is quite clearly written in the student satisfaction survey procedure that you mustn't leave them, because they have avenues direct to NAAC and direct to UGC. And sometimes people can be a little more emotional. Not all students have the same level of maturity. Somebody may shoot a letter without understanding what they are writing. So better you cover it from the mentoring aspect and leave them, or that impression it is your question. The question is pretty innocent, most of them. So answer it. No issue. One thing is, I think, at least we face this time, very few people respond. I mean, it was the 20% okay. And this, I've also working from Shani Shastrakanandaji. He was also sharing that they don't seem to respond nowadays. I mean, if you had, let's say, a 70% response, it would be better. But you don't. It's sticking from, let's say, 45 to 50%. It's not going beyond. Because when you say to everybody, 45, they ignore it. Even if you tell them, and obviously everybody tells them, all colleges, that it is your, you have to respond, please do. But even this appeal, around, we had around 45, just beyond 50. So when we shared it with Shastrakanandaji, he said that exactly the same thing happened in and after all, they are much more focused that way. So this is a gray area. I have to admit that this is a little bit of a gray area.
Data validation and verification process under the second cycle So third cycle we have to go for data validation and verification process. एक तो यदि short में एक तो बड़े process है.
Anything mysterious, it's gone into some Goliath's mouth. But AQAR, because we told you that because we had to face questions in 17, 18, 19. So we had some vague idea what it could be. What happened is usually colleges with several departments, because naturally the volume of data is more. Naturally there will be some questions. So after you submitted the SSR, there's a gap. Immediately, as soon as, of course, the student satisfaction survey is done, immediately as the TDP is sent, and then they will send you some queries on some metrics. They will give you 15 days. But you can appeal for a small extension. We did because we were in the monthly reporting and they understood that. Because we had to get hold of people to furnish the extra documents they wanted. And because those people are not coming to college at the time because they couldn't come to college. So really this time was needed. And that process, again you upload whatever it is. Why do you upload it? And once those, let's say 15 days, Howrah Vidyasagar College was doing it almost parallelly. They managed to do it in 15 days. They did it 15 days. So they re-uploaded only those metric documents. So that was that. Then they kept quiet. Portal just said successfully submitted and everything was very quiet. After quite a gap, now whether that gap is going to be like that now that things are more or less back to normal, the gap will shorten, I think, for you. And then they tell you that you have crossed the qualified state. Now you give Madam Willie the options for the these 3 options. And one thing on my own I'm saying you, although if you read the NAAC manual, it would seem that the peer-team visit is less important than the TP, not at all. And I appeal to you, please manage that well, because that is where they meet you person to person, and your college is likely to do much better in peer team, even if there's a little lacuna in TP, and you will get through. It is got the same importance as the last time. Same importance. And they give you quite clearly the arrangements that you have to make. They give quite clearly, quite openly that you have to look after in a very decent way. You don't have to go, you don't have to book their hotels or anything. No. But they don't know your city. So from the time of they arrive, you have to give them transport. So if you give them transport, naturally one other of the teachers have to be there because they don't know the city. They don't know. We had the vice chairperson, she was the vice chancellor from Rajkot, who had never been to Kolkata. The one of the 3 ladies, one came from Jammu and Kashmir University, and the third lady came from Simla. So it was their first visit to Kolkata. So when they landed in the airport, if we are not there, not only to receive them, but not to be with them, they wouldn't know. And incidentally, it is clearly written, the IQAC coordinator has to manage the logistics. It is clearly written in the mandate. From end to end, he or she must be there to converse with them, whatever they want, the route map. They will sit with management principal and determine the route map in the presence of. So my MAC coordinator was also constantly with us. So it was a kind of a with Madam Principal, the 2 others. We were constantly there, but the logistic management, the IQAC, it is written, it's an order for the IQAC coordinator, the logistic management. So airport to your college, wherever they are staying, back to your is your responsibility. And you must have a very competent, I'm sure you have, because they need equipment in the hotel. And they have to send a lot of reports. Last time they did it from the college, but this time they did it from the hotels. And with our personnel, and personnel that we gave them. They seem very satisfied. So that's to give as much effort to the parents. One last but very small question. Second cycle. I think I should. Fine, I'll ask you. My side, thank Professor Ibrahim very much for her very close interaction with our teachers and staff and all present today, the external participants. I'm sure you have to carry away with you. And she has first-hand experience of the of executing an act with the new format. So whatever she says is you can understand it has tremendous weightage in our case also. We are preparing to go for NAAC right now. So all I can give her is loads of thanks and best wishes for her and her college, and the best of my wishes to our colleagues. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Those who are present with us online, we have come to the end of our third lecture, and now we'll begin the paper presentation session. Professor Devashish Lahiri will chair this session, and we will begin with the first presentation shortly. Those participants who are going to go for paper presentation, I kindly request them to come and sit on front. Online participants, kindly wait while we prepare for our presentations.
Good afternoon. We have almost reached the last segment of this two-day national conference. We begin the paper reading session now, and once we are done with the paper reading session, we will be over with this national conference. We have 4 paper presenters in this session. The first paper presenter will be Dr. Ranju Tamang, Assistant Professor from the Department of Botany, Vidyasagar College for Women. Before I request Ranju to report to the chairperson, that is Sri Devashish Lahiri, I would like to introduce our chairperson to the online and offline participants. Devashish Lahiri is an assistant professor in English literature at Lal Baba College, University of Calcutta. He is the author of Chiaroscuro Curfew, Essays in the Lives of Art, the co-editor of Literary Transactions in Globalized Context, and the co-author of Tragic Survivals from the Hellenic to the Postmodern. This is a book which he has co-edited with me, which was launched at Indian Council for Cultural Studies in Kolkata. He is also an internationally acclaimed poet, internationally acclaimed essayist, writer, and critic. And recently, he has won an international award for poetry, the Naji Naman Literary Prize, International Poetry Prize for Poetry. He has authored books on poetry titled First Will and Testament, published by Writers' Workshop, No Waiting at Departure, published by Authors Press, New Delhi, Tender, Poems of Love and Loyalty, which had a grand successful book launch at Oxford Bookstore, and Poppies in the Post and Other Poems. Presage Sans Verbs has been published abroad from Algeria, which makes him the first South Asian poet to be translated from Algeria. And his next book is going to be published from UK Black Spring Press, titled Tether That Light. With these few words on Devashish Lahiri, I'll hand over the session formally to our chairperson. And we have our paper presenters who will be reporting to Sri Devashish Lahiri. Thank you very much. Over to you, Devashish. Okay, so at the Vidyasagar College for Women, a student will be felicitating the chairperson with a flower bouquet, a token of appreciation from our end for chairing this session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a wonderful hearing for me from morning onwards. This very timely conference on NAAC accreditation, the entire process, the AQAR, the IIQA, the SSR, which is something that we have to go through. Without further ado, it's very late in the day. There are 4 papers. The first paper presenter is Professor Ranju Tamang from the Department of Botany, Vidyasagar College for Women. And the title of her presentation is The Skills Through Higher Education, which I think will be, again, a very microcosmic study of a particular segment with which she's very familiar with, but through which I think she's going to demonstrate how the approach should be to modular thinking. Let's put it this way. We have heard a lot from Indradi and before that from other speakers, Professor Dorai Raj. So without further ado, I invite Professor Tamang to make a presentation and to be brief without adding any to-do to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Hope I'm audible to all the virtual people there. Good afternoon, everyone present here. So basically, we've been hearing about NAAC for the last 2 days, where I'm also very much grateful to the organizers because they have accepted me here to be a part of this in this national level conference. So as such, I'd like to say that it's not a paper presentation as happens in seminar, but rather it's a conference. We can see that. So basically, the theme I had taken up was research, innovation, and extension. So the research that we usually carry out during our PhD work, just before we get into the job or after we are into the job, we have numerous, interests out of it. We have different excitement when we do all this. So even I had all those sort of things. But once we get into the job, what happens? We're a little bit paused there after getting the job. But now what we can do out of this research and innovation that has been given is we can at least implement this in the college, where we can apply for different projects, writing the project proposals and apply it to the different grants, where we can get the grant. And the government says, the one who gives you the grant, they simply says, we are the ATM machine. You have the ATM card. We are the ATM machine. You just need to know the PIN. That means we need to know how to write the project proposal, right? So that's how they have given us easily. So ultimately, how can we bring it to the extension? We can motivate the students so that definitely that's what we've been hearing. Carry forward, go ahead with the students who all have passed out the students. So they may go further ahead with the research work and all. We can bring them up. We can boost them. If you all remember, especially the English teachers, they may be remembering the William Arthur, I believe, a mediocre teacher tells, a good teacher explains, and the super teacher demonstrates. But a great teacher always inspires the teacher, inspires the students, right? So that's how we can implement this, the extension, starting from research, innovation, and extension, whatever comes under NAAC. That is the famous, the Boon Talk at present, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. So we all are coming under this, and what the expectation is, whatever we do in the college, be it in a daily basis, we just give it in such a way, we report in such a way that we update it in the website of the college, so that with just one blink, everything is visible there. So just that one blink. Now, what one blink? Do we want it from our phone, or do we want it from that half-eaten apple trademark something gadget? I believe everyone will go for that half-eaten apple trademark. Yes. So that is it. That is what NAAC is looking for. The trademark. Just a click and you're available there. So how deeply are you available there? So how much extensions have you given? So the expectation of us that we expect through NAAC, B++, B+, C, or ultimately A+. So somewhere like that. So what I want to say is, not much, because we've heard a lot about it. So we're all together now to work further with the full enthusiasm and, of course, with a sincerity to ourselves and for the institution to bring it with a trademark, a brand of the NAAC. Let's hope for the best, right? So I don't have much to say about it, because my work, I don't want to explain the whole of my work, what I have done in my research. So in particular, if I express it to the online participants, that I would like to say that recently our department has introduced, we may add it like add-on course with the medicinal plants. So we may have further studies of the medicinal plants. So we may go ahead with that add-on course. We may implement that. So that's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to work it. So as if you all remember one of the slide yesterday, the chessboard and the different pawn and the king and the queen area. So I believe myself as one of the pawn there, but still it has to be in collaboration of each other. May not be the collaboration of with other colleges, but in between the different departments. So that's how we're going to celebrate our brand definitely very much in the coming future. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Professor Tamang. Thank you so much. You have actually summarized things for us in the sense that we got to hear from different speakers. I was trying to tune in online yesterday and also today. It's how best we put ourselves in the shop window, in the best possible sense of it. We talk about patents, we talk about extensions, we talk about consultancy. It's all to do, as you have just said, is how well we can now connect academic institutions of pure research and higher learning with industry. NAAC is always trying to connect or build a bridge between higher academic institutions which believed in this kind of an enclave, a kind of an ivory tower kind of research institution or place of learning, connection between that and industry. I think at every point that you talked about and your abstract, which I was trying to read, talked about a specific case study that you were trying to do. Thank you so much. Now, do we have our second speaker? Yes, of course. Right. So now we have Professor Sunita Shah from Jain College, and the title of her presentation is Research, Innovation and Extension, whether effects, I think basically what she's saying is that how it affects the teaching learning process in going both ways. A study of certain NAAC accredited colleges during the period of 2022. So I think it will give us, just like Indanidhi was trying to do, talk about her institution and giving us a first-hand report, almost something from the horse's mouth. So let's hope that we're going to get something of that again, although briefly. Please.
Very good afternoon to all the respected chairperson and all the members and teachers present over here. It's a great honor and pleasure to be on a very special day. And for this, I give a special thanks to our respected principal ma'am, Dr. Moshuvi Singh Sengupta, and definitely our NAAC coordinator, Dr. Shuchishmita Das from IIQA Jain College. For them, it's an endeavor for us to be present over in this 2 days national seminar. The topic of my research, this is not a research work, it is just sharing of certain ideas which I have studied in the last 2 days. And we teachers of IIQA Jain College belongs from a self-financing college. Definitely, the topic today that we will be highlighting, or in this work we will be highlighting, teaching, learning and evaluation, research, innovation and extension. Now, I, as a faculty member of Department of Commerce, commerce is a non-lab subject, but commerce in the present Calcutta University status, having the mass number of students enrollment in our college presently, the status of semesters and students are near about 600 plus or 700. But I'm not going through all those aspects. I will be just highlighting some of the special aspects which I found very much interesting, which ma'am was already talking about. And the last 2 days, I was just listening to the eminent speakers on these the recent topic of research and innovations and teaching and learning. In this pandemic year, 2022, these two criteria I have selected, that is criteria 2 and criteria 3. Why? Now the question arises, why have selected these two criteria? The pillar of the educational institution, especially the higher educational institution, is on research and teaching and learning. And presently, I am a research scholar of St. Xavier's, working in this sector only. And I've seen that research and teaching both run simultaneously. And UGC is laying emphasis on both research and teaching techniques. So ma'am was already talking about that we are the teachers. If we don't have the students in front of us, our role becomes impulsive or we don't have any special role. So research is a path. At that same time, we must also concentrate on the learning techniques so that students are being enriched in their extensions. The key indicators, we all know the emphasis of the marks that we get in this criteria 2, 350, criteria 310. Now, 350 means teaching, learning and extension, which gets a large number of marks. Research is definitely, without research, higher educational institution cannot survive. Now, from here, I start my discussion little bit. But this is not an extensive. I studied last 2 days. What I could study in the last 2 days, that I'm just sharing with you. Scottish Church College, ma'am was from Ladybrook College. It was a privilege to get her presence on this day. Heritage Institute of Technology and Narula Institute of Technology. Upper 2 is a undergraduate college and lower 2 is a autonomous college and technical institute. But having the same parameters of the NAAC, and when I was studying the AQAR report or the SSR report, I was seeing that undergraduate college and autonomous college, same kind of performer they are following, though I'm not totally acquainted with all the parameters of AQAR, SSR, IIQA, but I'm in the learning session because SD ma'am, our Sushmita ma'am always help us to go through this process. In our college, as I am also the IQAC member of the Department of Commerce. So it is a learning from ma'am and as well as from definitely our principal ma'am. So when I was studying the 4 colleges, one of the specialty of why I've selected these 4 colleges is that they are all A-graded college. In this year, they worked on the pandemic session and they got the A grade. And of which the NRIF ranking college is Narula Institute of Technology, and ma'am was present in this afternoon session. And Ladybrook College got the NRIF ranking certification letter of appreciation. Other 2 colleges, Scottish Church submitted the NRIF data, and Heritage Institute of Technology is also working on that. The specialty of this institution is that autonomous college, we all know, they are self-financed generally and they are working with their own curriculum, own program structure, own criteria. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they are all under the same periphery of NAAC or the UGC. They are all following the same, but they are running the same. Though the specialty of Scottish and Ladybrook, these are 2 undergraduate college. And the sad part of the story is that none of the college has commerce. Only Scottish have 48 seats of commerce. All are basically a science college or arts college. Heritage and Technology, this is a science, we all know, engineering and technological college. Ladybrook College, ma'am already said it's an arts science college. Scottish has BBA department and other departments too, which is presently coming up. Now, research, innovation and extension, which is the main part of the thing. And as the college is a very old college, gets a huge amount of funding from the research grants from the government, both state and central. But the specialty of this is that Scottish has its own Scottish Church College Faculty Research Grant. They are giving it from year 2019 to the faculty members. And I've seen in their website, under the research portal, many teachers got the grants. It lump sum grant to even both boost GST. These things we don't know because we are not, because I'm a student of commerce. But still, don't stop, it's too loud. So whenever we are talking about this research publications, the publications we always get a marking in NAAC. They are getting citations, bibliometrics, bibliography data. On these bases, they are getting a huge amount of the marks. And the ma'am said that we must not copy from any institution. Our own institution is our own institution, but we can take a learning session from each institutions. And one of the thing is that they are making an service learning session. That means an environment. They are taking assistance from this body and they are providing the service learning and research ecosystem, because presently whole system is getting digitalized. Extension in the innovation in this year, hopefully they didn't in the AQAR report they have given nil. But in the extension, I found that there is a memorandum of understanding from West Bengal State University here. A certificate on class, and 10 students have already enrolled and they have got the certificate. This is the extension work of Scottish. So what is the learning session from this? That teachers, most of the teachers, they are PhD holders, and most of the teachers, they have large number of UGC Careless publications and many other publications, both nationally. This gives the marks to the college. Teaching learning, this is a concept of teaching and learning we all know, because we teachers need to teach. At the end of the day, we need to evaluate our students. The specialty of this is that Readers Club. This I found very interesting, because this English department, they have constituted a Readers Club where text sections they are collecting for better understanding. And not only that, they are just reading, they are making it an audible thing so that students listen as well as because they don't have the reading times too. Mentor-mentee program, they were talking. And presently the structure is that experimental learning and pragmatic learning. So this approach they are taking. Evaluation is one of the most important part, and through presentation, as they are all Calcutta University affiliation, we all know 2080, this is the parameter in our commerce. In other streams also there may be certain difference, but the specialty is that students have to make presentation. That is a part of their progress, and that is one part of the formative assessment. And independent thinking, that means students are allowed to think independently. So that is a specialty of Scottish, that we generally teach students, go out of the room, then our class gets over, then we think that we have done our work. We don't allow the students, whether they are thinking in the same parameter, the way I am thinking, and test and things. And presently, we all know government jobs, people want to crack the government jobs. So definitely entrance test examinations, college is also providing to the students. This is the next my sample of colleges. Lady Bribham College, ma'am was already talking about so many research guidance. And the very specialty of this college is that I found that large number of teachers are guiding as a research guide, and teachers have PhD degrees from very age-old days, and they have published large number. That is a very specialty of this unique institution, and fully a woman-run institutions. And night school, ma'am was talking about extension activity. That was the night school in the hostel premises. And this is very interesting. I found that Department of Bengali and Women Studies, they are helping the domestic people to share the stressful experience. Suppose you are overcoming any stress. And Lady Prabhu is doing a very good work. You share the stress with me so that it acts as a psychological counseling, so that I can suggest you something. So that is done by Department of Bengali and Women Studies. And definitely there is one parameter, that if any affiliation is done with Anubhuti and NGOs like this, they will make an alignment with this NGO so that they can work it. And this I found a very new thing. As this AQAR was prepared in the COVID period, students were collecting swabs from the COVID patients and they were submitting to the PLS hospital. This is a very specialty, and I thank the college authority for taking such a risky steps and helping the students to understand. Here also today in the morning, I was seeing the girls were serving water. This social awareness and social thing we must always inculcate among the students, so that can bring up the society in a better form. teaching learning is the main part of Lady Prabon also. Ma'am was definitely talking about the mentor-mentee relationship and e-Pathshala. E-Pathshala, UGC has incorporated long day back, SWAM, e-Pathshala, MOOC, but very few colleges are working on it. They are working, and Department of Bengali along with other government colleges, they are working on the e-Pathshala, making the Pathshala operative for their students according to their own syllabus and thing. Internship is very important, and industrial visit. This we all know, industrial visit, field work, these are a part of the curriculum. And see that this step students, this half part of the sums of mathematics or physics or chemistry teacher is doing. Other half, a student has been called and they're asked to complete the rest of the sum. So this creates a understanding among the teacher and the students, and students also learn. So that is and here also they follow the concept of the self-study, because yes, at the end of the day, self-study is also very important. Evaluation, we all know that internal assessment, book review, this is the other part. Additional support, I will say it takes up 2 minutes, 3 minutes more. This point number 5, there is a grievance cell, and that grievance cell has been aligned with Public Information Officer of the Government of West Bengal to see whether the grievances have been submitted and they support that report to the government. This is a part of the Narula Institute. I missed the name over there. The specialty is that this is an autonomous college. The innovation aspects, just look at the innovation aspects. So many number of innovation activities they are going round the days and semester or yearly wise. And the ultimate objective is the sustainability of the system, sustainability of the students, and sustainability of the economy. And ma'am was talking about the consultancy service. Definitely consultancy service is a part, and teachers are generating revenue, not only the teachers, students are also acting as the consultants, and they are also operating for the sectors to run. This is the teaching learning session of the Narula Institute. They take the advantage of the slow learners and distinguish and make them acquainted with the system. And see the evaluation part, I will just bring one. They make their own assessment scale and they grade it on 3-point scale so that the assessment can be done easily. And exit summary, employer survey, alumni survey, these are all they are doing. Heritage, the specialty of heritage is that innovation, they are working on College Shala. Now, I will share my experience with College Shala. College Shala is a unit, they approached me. I wrote a book on company law and they gave me 10,000 rupees. But this unit has been opened by the students of the College Shala. Even the MOU, they have sent it, they got it signified, and that means students are employing the teachers also, or they are giving the benefit to the teachers. So that is a great initiative of Heritage. And they have made a large number of extension activities, and that is teaching learning session of the Heritage College soft skill. There are large number of activities they are going on. This, as I have shortage of time, I could not share with you all. But the main objective of Heritage 2 is that skill, experimentation, parental learning, everything is going on simultaneously. The core objective of the study is that employability, research, teaching, this must be done together. And yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So thank you for the thing that we tried to express in the presentation. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, Professor Saha. That was a rather comprehensive view of what sister institutions are doing with quality initiatives, especially with regard to research, innovation, and extension. Of course, I think that it will help institutions like Vidyasagar College for Women, and for that matter, my college, Lal Baba College as well, because we are also in the NAAC cycle, to not just copy each other, but to be inspired by each other. I think that's the motto, to be inspired. Similar initiatives, similar trajectories. Thank you so much. Did we done? Right. Yes, I have her credentials here. So our next speaker, I think she'll be on the online mode, if I'm not very mistaken. She'll be on the online mode, is Professor Moumita De, who is Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy, Sister Nivedita, Government General College for Girls, Hastings House, Alipur. And her presentation is titled Understanding Criterion 3, Research, Innovation and Extension. I look forward to hearing her views. Madam, you have about 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before presenting my paper, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing such a valuable conference and give me this opportunity for presenting my paper. I would also like to convey my gratitude to Dr. Milan Kumar Pal, the former principal of Raja Pyarimohan College, Uttarpara, Hooghly, who helped me a lot by giving her suggestions and some study materials for making this paper. I also thankful to my brother for the technical support. Now I'm starting my paper. The name of my paper is Understanding the Criterion 3, Research, Innovation and Extension. Education is the backbone of our society as well as the nation. So it is foremost important to maintain and improve the quality of our education system. In this purpose, National Assessment and Accreditation Council has been set up a parameter through which the council evaluates the higher education institutions. Now the question arises, what is NAAC? National Assessment and Accreditation Council, in short NAAC, is an autonomous body funded by the University Grants Commission, that is UGC. It has its headquarters in Bangalore, Karnataka. It was established in 1994 under Section 12 CCC of the UGC Act of 1956 for assessing and accrediting higher education institutions of the country. Through a Gazette notification dated 19th January 2013, the University Grants Commission has made it mandatory for all higher education institutions to undergo accreditation. Higher education institutions which have existence for more than 6 years or which have at least 2 batches completed their final degree are eligible for NAAC accreditation. Through this accreditation process, an institution can aware about its strengths, weakness, opportunities, and potentialities and can take necessary initiative. When an institution undergoes the accreditation process for the first time, it is referred to as Cycle 1 and consecutive 5-year periods as Cycle 2, Cycle 3, etc. Generally, the process of accreditation goes through the following stages. Number 1, online submission of institutional information for quality assessment and self-study report. Number 2, data validation and verification DVV by NAAC. Number 3, student satisfaction survey SSS by NAAC. Number 4, that is peer team visit, which is most important stage, and the 5, that is institutional grading. NAAC has their 8-grade ladder through which they accredited the higher education institutions. We all know about this grade ladder. So I'm not wasting my time in this slide and pass on. The criteria for assessment. NAAC has 7 fixed criteria. Those are number 1, curricular aspects, number 2, teaching, learning and evaluation, number 3, research, innovation and extension, number 4, infrastructure and learning resources, number 5, student support and progression, number 6, governance, leadership and management, and number 7, institutional values and best practices. Among these, I have confined my paper on the research, innovation and extension, that is the criterion 3 only. Criterion 3 also divided into 7 key indicators, that is promotion and research facilities, resource mobilization for research, innovation ecosystem, research publications and awards, consultancy, extension activities, and the last, collaboration. If you can consider this slide, you can see the weightage assigned for each and every key indicators. I am not going for a detailed elaboration of this slide and pass on for the next slide. That is the elaboration of promotion of research facilities. Promotion of research means encouraging faculties and students for the participation in research work and promoting research culture among them. Not only encouragement by providing resources and other facilities like resources and other facilities also important. In this purpose, institution can form a research subcommittee to monitor and address the issue of research. The committee, along with the UGC in charge appointed by the institution, keeps track of the schemes of UGC and other bodies like ISRO, DST, DRDO, DBT, etc. The committee updates the teachers about the various fellowships and help to apply for the same. Infrastructural facilities should be given to the research scholars under the said institution. The institution can provide guidelines to the faculty for doing doctoral and postdoctoral research and other faculty development programs according to the UGC norms. The institution should encourage faculty members and students to attend different seminars, conferences, and workshops, and also grant on-duty leave to the faculty members and faculty members for attending such programs. The institution also can grant study leave to the faculty members for completing their doctoral research. They can organize seminars, workshops, and conferences, and can invite the eminent scholars and scientists for motivating the junior faculties and students. Research activities may be of 3 types: major research, minor research, and individual research. A major research project can be funded by MHRD, ISRO, DST, DRDO, DBT, etc. Minor research projects can be funded by UGC, ISSR, different humanities research centers, etc. Individual research includes personal doctoral and postdoctoral researches of the faculties, different research publications, national, international, local, of the faculties and the students. Now, the next key indicator, that is resource mobilization for research. The institution provides support in terms of financial, academic, and human resources required and timely administrative decisions to enable faculty to submit project proposals and approach funding agencies for mobilizing resources for research. The institution encourages its staff to engage in interdisciplinary and interdepartmental research activities and resource sharing. Affiliated colleges generally cannot provide the seed money or any kind of financial help for the research work, but they can guide the researchers for obtaining external funding. I'm here mentioning researchers because researchers may be a faculty, may be a student. The institution can also ensure optimal use of various equipment and research facilities of the institution by its staff and students by sharing equipment amongst faculty and students for effective transfer of technical skills. The institution also can provide internet facility and uninterrupted access to various equipment to the faculty members engaged in the research work. An enriched library is also required for research. Therefore, the institution can enrich its library resources for the use of researchers. Am I audible to everyone?
Professor Day, can you hear me?
Yes.
You have to wind up.
Yes, I'm winding up. There are some more slides that is innovation ecosystem, research publications and our consultancy, extension activities, collaboration. And I have written something about impact of researchers, impact of innovation, and the impact of extension activities. But I know that it is near 4:35, and all of you are tired for giving your whole concentration in that topic. And I think you have listened this from yesterday, so it is a tiring session. Therefore, I'm winding up and want to express my heartfelt thanks to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Day. Thank you so much. Again, you have outlined a very quick, albeit time being at a premium, you have outlined a trajectory as to how colleges and how we in general need to proceed, especially with criteria 3. Thank you so much. I bring this session now to a close with a sincere thanks to PCFW, to the principal, Vidyasagar College for Women, to the NAAC coordinator, my friend and colleague, Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee, and to the IQAC coordinator for inviting me to chair this very interesting session where we have had papers which have taken us on 3 different trajectories. One was a microcosmic study of a particular skill set which might be developed, aka with the aid of NAAC, with the inspiration of NAAC. Secondly, of course, we had papers, 2 papers in fact, which covered more or less the same ground or territory with regard to criteria 2 and 3, which were again basically a bit of an eye-opener as to how sister institutions around us are performing or are approaching these particular problems. So it has been a very interesting session, and I bring it to a close with again another vote of thanks to the organizers of this wonderful and timely conference. Thank you so much.
Good evening. We have now arrived at the last segment of this 2-day national level seminar. As one of the organizing secretaries, I have the privilege to propose a vote of thanks. At the outset, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to NAAC for collaborating and partially funding the seminar. Our heartfelt thanks to the esteemed resource persons, Dr. Amrish Kumar Mahajan, Dr. A. Joseph Dorairaj, Dr. Shubhasri Mukherjee, Dr. Shamrat Bhattacharya, Dr. Varvi Roy, Dr. Siddharth Kumar Shaha, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary Dutt for sharing their in-depth knowledge and enlightening us with their lucid presentations. We now have a much better understanding of the new NAAC guidelines, and I think we are now in a much better position to prepare for the next upcoming NAAC assessment and accreditation cycle. My deep sense of appreciation and thanks to the delegates whose presentations made this concluding session so informative for all of us. Thanks to all the participants who attended the seminar with great enthusiasm in the online mode, as well as those who shared this auditorium with us and made this event a grand success. Our hearty thanks to our principal madam, Dr. Rupali Chaudhary, for providing the perfect logistics support and guidance. Thanks to Dr. Topun Rai, IQAC coordinator of this college, for being a constant motivator and guiding force in our endeavor. A big thanks to the convener of this seminar, our NAAC coordinator, Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee, for her meticulous planning, execution, and organization of this entire event with such expertise and dedication. Yes, she does deserve a big hand. Thanks to all members of the organizing team who worked spiritedly and tirelessly to make this seminar a memorable one. Special thanks to the technical team, in particular Dr. Sharup Shaha, Dr. Sujan Sinha, Dr. Rajiv Prasad for their immense support and cooperation. Thanks to Dr. Shankar Bokshi, Treasurer, for managing this event so well despite a tight budget. Finally, I wish to extend my thanks to all the teachers, non-teaching members of the college for their active involvement and unflinching support and cooperation. With these warm words, we come to the end of this two-day national level seminar. Thank you.